don't know if you caught that. Probably not. Anyone who happened to see my my messages, but oops, that turned everything off. Turn everything back on. When did my face light turn on? Oh, I bet I bashed the plug. That's probably why. I'm like cleaning up over here, so the garbage bins at least. Nothing meaningful. But I probably knocked into this thing. Yep, there it is. It's almost completely unplugged. Almost totally unplugged. Oh my god, this is such a mess. I need a better plug splitter over there. So now if I go to toggle the lights again, bada bing. No, bada bing? Oh, it's not up yet. We'll do it manually. What's up, Hairbrain? How you doing? Oh, and Spar. Oh yeah, let's open up YouTube. Let's do that before I move on. Let's refresh YouTube, and then I need to open the page. I wish I could automate this, but there's no URL for the chat, and the YouTube API is impossible. Apparently, it's a tough API to work with because you have tokens. You have to pay for more tokens if you use them up. So if I had chat messages rolling in through the API, it could very well cost me money, which we avoid like the plague here because we don't have money. We don't have money, so we can't play with money. I'm not Mr. Beast. I'm not going to lock up a bunch of people and have them interned in my name. Oh, now that turns on because it's a toggle. Great. Okay. All right. I see how it is. I need to toggle it manually. So if that's on this page, on the Stream Deck page, and that would be face light. I need to repurpose some of these. Game light is going to go on the boards behind my desk. Imagine having money. Disgusting. Yeah. Disgusting. Blah, 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 blah. Face. There it is. Oop. Okay, now we're in sync. Everybody's in sync. My beautiful visage is lightened upon thee. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. I have it scheduled. I scheduled it. It's on the schedule. I told you guys you could tear me to shreds if I came in here without a haircut on Monday or on Tuesday. Monday, most barbershops close. Some of them are exceptions. Mine is not. So I ended up scheduling for Wednesday. It was the first opening. That works with my schedule. So it's on the books. I will be getting the mop cut. Not neatened up, cut. There will no longer be long hair. And then I'll trim up the beard because I'm looking a little 1800s-esque. Let's get some emotes on the desk, and then I'm going to get out the makerbeam. We're going to play with the makerbeam today while this thing is in kind of a fledgling state so that we can figure out the mechanics before I start 3D printing stuff for it. The other big thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to start printing out stuff for the flap wheel display. Barbershop's closed on Monday for you two. Interesting. It's the same in Germany. It's because they stay open on Sunday, right? Or on Saturday? I don't know. I don't know why they do that. Old traditions. I mean, you would think they would keep all kinds of wacky hours at barbershops because, you know, people need haircuts, but people also need to work. You got to work. It's like bank hours always fascinate me. How do you guys get any customers if you're always closed when people are home? Oh yeah, here's the one purge tower that printed, or that came with all the other emotes. One singular purge tower that Wexo sent in. How do you get business if you're never freaking open for it? What's up, Adam? You? Bakeries are open on Sundays too, and they don't have closed on Monday and Tuesday. They're just working too hard. I have no money for a haircut. Oh, it's getting bad then, huh? Who is Mr. Beast? He's this YouTuber that has just an absolutely disgusting amount of budget. And he'll do stuff like lock somebody in a grocery store for a year and they get $100,000 or something like that. Not a year, but it's smaller time frames than that, but still. Are you autofocusing? Oh, you bastard. Cheeky bastard. Don't you autofocus. No, it's just auto brightnessing. Okay. That is acceptable. This thing isn't powered on right now, so any all emotes are going to get ignored. Our box is powered on, though. I can't believe we successfully harnessed 100 volts at low amperage, but we gathered it up to super high amperage over here, and somehow sending that through the perforated or the solderless breadboard works? Question mark. Mr. Beast doesn't show up in my feed. Mine either. I just hear about him. I'm a little bit too plugged into the internet, admittedly. God, I wasted my weekend. I really meant to get a lot done with Julian's stuff, with the synthesizer circuits and stuff. But I didn't get anything done. I just had a complete breakdown. I think I just burnt out. Right, I didn't do anything, but I plugged myself into the internet, which is not healthy. We went on a lot of walks. I took the dog for quite a few walks, and she got to play with like the whole neighborhood. So the dog had a great time. That's what I was doing. I was taking care of my dog. But I didn't get a lot done. We have a lot to do on that mixer. This track is like talking. Oh, this is who is this again? I know who this is. It's not the Roots. No, that was Witness the Fitness. Is this Cheese on Toast? Wait a minute. I think it's a different rap, but it's the same guy as the for some reason, Flatulent Gonad and I both know that song. It was Roots Maneuver. Oh, is this? What's his name? Maneuver. Wait, hold on. Roots Maneuver. Yeah, Witness the Fitness. Rodney Hilton Smith, better known as the stage name Roots Maneuver. I think this is Roots Maneuver. I just recognize the style. Anyway, yeah, that's a, I don't know, common old millennial / Gen X song. Hey, Paloozer, how's it going? I like Roots Maneuver. He's got good flow. What are those 10-pin devices, the dozens of them on your desk? It's my awe emote. If you're on Twitch, you get, and you have BTTV installed. Although you don't, this is the one that you have to pay for. This is my emote. This is an awe emote. It's the sort of the bother mascot-y kind of chip guy. I made this because I basically copied Google emotes, the Google blob emotes. I was thinking I could take an emote, and if I make a frame around it, that could be my little guy. And so this became my little guy. This is my little emote guy. I have a VTuber model, thanks to Pixie Kenneth. I have a VTuber model of the emote, and it actually does have a big booby mode on it too, because we were joking around about that, and it happened to be around my birthday, so she made me a VTuber model for VTube Studio. So if I do a game stream in the future, I might want to plug in maybe the Kinect and VTube Studio, and I can have a little talky emote. I don't know though. I would want to have it do like the chewing mouth instead of just the mouth closed and open, but I could turn it into a PNG and just have it mouth closed, mouth open. The mouth is a little awkward though, because it's just like a thick line, and then the mouth comes down from that thick line, so it looks like it's got like a mustache. But anyway, this is my emote, and Wexo, under no prompting at all whatsoever, you guys have to understand, I didn't ask for this. I got sent a huge box that was chock full of these little guys. They do dovetail together, yes. Part of the emote is that these are, well, they're not quite even spacing, but they do interlink, cells interlinked to a degree. Anyway, so Wexo sent me 250 million of these things, and I certainly don't like getting sick, so I don't know if I'll ever go to a convention, and especially not as me getting a booth, although it would be fun to do, and I could bring the board with me. The board has, well, then I'd have to bring my own intranet to run the board. But the thing about that is, like, I'll get sick. The blue laser's too bright for normal human eyes. I sit facing away from the board. So I put the cameras up and everything, and then I come back over here, and if it's still burning, it's just light on my back, right? I'm not staring into that laser. That's kind of a difficulty. If I bring it with me, people want to watch it. They want to see that laser. I could turn it down into no burning mode maybe, and just have it sort of do its own thing. But anyway, if I do ever make it out to a thing, I mean, that'll be fun, and then I could pass these out. You just say, here, have one, right? I have enough to do that, certainly, and it's the only way I'm going to get rid of the majority of these fucking things. But I have like 1,000 of these fucking things. So my thought was much like, oh yeah, I'm still talking about that. This is apparently very close to the Fry's Electronics logo. Didn't know. I made this just to copy Google Blob emotes, right? They do make good test pucks for the solenoid. They're not test pucks. These are the end. These are going to be the thing, because as people put my emote into chat, I want it to be similar to the Tom Thinks Dorito. If you put a Dorito chip, that emoji, into Tom Thinks' chat, it'll trigger an animation of a chip flipping up and hitting one of his characters, and he'll make the character crunch on it, right? I want that to be the same thing, but we're doing it in real life. So when it kicks the emote, I want it to actually, like, I hit my microphone arm with it. I want it to actually, like, fly up in my face. You know, something like that. We'll see how much power we can get out of this thing. I definitely need to lock it down in order to see how hard it kicks. Oh God, these things are everywhere. Just found 5 more. Oh, there's one over here too. I feel that this cleanup is going to become a rather regular thing. I need like a bin, a scrap bin that I can throw stuff in. But yeah, they're like the perfect size for something that launches at you during your stream. I mean, it would be kind of funny if I could mount it next to this camera. But I want the whole mechanism to be visible because it's fascinating. I can't believe that we successfully harnessed 100 volts. Charges all the way up to 100 just before firing, and then fires, and then it stays idle. This thing is not active right now. We'll turn it on later on in the stream. And then I guess I'm gonna have to put all this stuff on a perforated prototyping board. Yeah, it needs to be a nice arc so it gets plenty of camera time. Otherwise, it just doesn't look like anything, right? We can't ballistically shoot this at me at like bullet speeds because nobody will see anything, and then it's not as exciting. It needs to be as funny as it is functional. That's our stream, basically. Funny, functional. Those are the 2 goals. I got my stereo connectors, so I need to finally build this thing. Where's that panel? Oh, there's a couple of them. Not this one. Yeah, this one's weirdly spaced, I think. Actually, I might build up one of these as another signal router, but this one, the stereo breakout, I can finally wire this up because they've been sitting on my desk for a couple days. These guys. I'll tell you how distracted I've been lately, chat. I've been incredibly distracted. I've been looking up the mechanism that powers the MP5, the old one, because my friend hated the trigger, and so he swapped it out for an AR-15 trigger. And the AR-15 triggers have these kickback triggers. You pull the trigger, bullet flies out the front, the bolt comes back, right? And it hits a mechanism on returning. Like, okay, so it moves backwards, kicks your finger forward. Then as it comes back in, it enables the trigger again at the right time. So when it's chambered and everything's locked together, it then allows the hammer to fly up again. And apparently that little kickback, kicking the trigger back into a resetted position is not illegal. Apparently there have been lawsuits that have gone on, and that kickback is completely and utterly legal. And that means you can control the rate of fire too with how much you squeeze it. I had a paintball marker that did the exact same thing, only using gas. And I'm like, man, I like how stupid the MP5 trigger is. Like, I think it's got this big spongy trigger, but it's 2 positions. So it would be the first click is semi-automatic, right? And that just resets and it doesn't do anything. Yeah, we're talking about super safeties. And if you go all the way back with the trigger, it then moves stuff out of the way of the hammer and allows the round of chamber and immediately get fired again, right? So it'll go full auto when you pull the trigger all the way down. I love that. I'm wondering if I can make that into something that kicks back. That would be kind of crazy. Need to add a hopper. Yeah, we will add a hopper to this. More like, well, yeah, I guess it'll be like a hopper, but everything should be in position. And it would be really funny if we could come up with a way to move the emote into position to get fired. I think I was watching that channel because there's only one channel that does it. The problem is his videos on the MP5 are not the design that I have. The design that I have is the one that became widely available to consumers, and it is my specific platform is an MP5S, and it has whatever the Turkish single fire trigger is. There's still a detent position to move that selector down. I want those controls though. I want it to be the kind of crappy MP5 controls that are designed to be operated with winter gloves on. I kind of like it. I like how weird it is. That guy likes to play with the lines. How's he playing with the lines? What do you mean? Oh yeah, he does like a political thing at the end of each one, doesn't he? Because yeah, all these staunch ATF people are crazies. But his video was pretty illuminating on how exactly this mechanism works and how the 3-round burst works. Weird thing is with the MP5, it doesn't, like when you release the trigger, it will reset the mechanism, which is unique. If you're like an AR-15 has a little cog wheel that has 6 positions on it, right? So you bop, 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 and you've reset to 1. If you bop, bop, then your next thing is going to be bop, and then it'll stop. It'll stop the bop. Stop bopping. Stop bopping. You're still bopping. What are you doing? Yeah, but it'll stop like mid sequence because it's like a cogwheel that moves. Whereas with the MP5, it's like a sprung thing that twists. It's weird. It's very strange design. I don't know why they do stuff like this. But I think one of the major components of the trigger group is missing. So I don't think I can do like a little modification in any way to make it have that behavior. Which is unfortunate. I could probably make a lot of money selling something like that. Yeah, you guys are, California time is baffling to me. You guys are in the morning time right now. Time zones is weird. That's the thing. If you abolished time zones and everybody just talked with like normal, you know, like for instance, if, what is it? It's 1:17 here. And if everybody thought 1:17 was 1:17, right? The same time all over the globe. That means that if we try to relate to one another, you go, hey, bother, it's 1:17 here. And I'm like, I don't know what that's the middle of the afternoon. You're like, no, it's morning here. It would be a weirder conversation. Sounds like something from Willy Wonka. A lot of these designs, the reciprocating semi-automatic designs in guns particularly, are very sort of Rube Goldberg-y. Everything has a purpose, and it's been boiled down to its basic mechanics. I mean, we figured that out like 100 years ago, right? But it's, you know, levers and slides and well, levers and slides and springs are basically the whole thing behind it. Because you got a round that needs to be picked up from a magazine. The magazine has a spring pushing it upwards, but then it's got feed ramps so that as your slide comes in, it can grab that edge of the round and pop it up into the barrel. Once it gets there, it needs to lock in somehow because you don't want all that stuff to burst backwards, right? Then you need some kind of a pin that's going to get hit with a weight so that it punches into the primer. When the primer's punched, the bullet goes away, and you have either gas or force coming backwards at a great amount. And if you don't delay that somehow, then it'll mess up with the mechanism. So in the MP5 at least, you have rollers that are sprung outwards, and those roll in. And then the slide, or the bolt needs to come back, and then it needs to spring back into position where it can do this whole thing again. So you've got all these crazy things like when it gets to a certain point, it has to eject the round. When it gets to a certain point, it'll undo a little catch. The hammer gets passed from mechanism to mechanism to mechanism, depending on what firing mode you're in, and you want all that firing mode to be selectable by a thing that gets in or out of the way. Craziness. I'm not a mechanical engineer, but I understand the allure of studying all of that because it's some crazy little systems. Like, you know, you have a notch that's being passed from catch to catch to catch in order to what? Keep it safe? Make sure it doesn't fire too early? Crazy stuff. Rube Goldberg, my hero, and a guy called Tim Hunk. I don't know who that is. Willy Wonka the Bob Stopper. It's like you give Dr. Seuss the option to design a trigger group, and I don't think he could come up with something as wacky as has existed for 100 years. Yeah, We're going to try to kick some of these guys around today. Kick them around. Get that over there. Cleanliness, huh? I don't think we can totally achieve cleanliness. We have a job for the Nixie tube power supply now. We can't really swap this out. This thing is now permanently married to the emote kicker because this is the only thing that I know that creates that much 100 volts. What's up, Celia? What are you linking to? Oh, that's a sub. Why is this still broken? Let me check Node Red real quick. Hold on, before I thank you for the sub, let me just check Node Red and see what the hell happened. So, subscription. We have debug 2, but debug 2 is inactive. So I got to delete that, redo debug 2. Do I have to deploy after doing that? I don't know if I do. I'm going to deploy anyway. Oop. Redeployed. And we're looking for lowercase subscribe or subscribe gift in the event. Payload.event type. And I'll have to see if somebody else subscribes, we'll see it. Not a gift subscription, just a regular old. Now let's look at the gift. What are you giving me? What the hell? Oh, I've already won. Do your worst. Italian restaurant menu from Rosalind Wayne. Why is that down there? Why is that down there? I'm not in Wayne. That is a happy bunny. Holy crap. Oh, a Range Rover Sport, just like I'm looking for. What happened? Oh, that was a chat event. Are you still using 12-volt solenoid and just smacking with 100 volts from the Nixie driver? Yeah, I didn't do any changes from last stream. I haven't looked at this. I haven't touched this since last stream. We're going to try to come up with a bit of a mechanism, like something to hold all this stuff in place, even if it's on the breadboard right now, because it'll become a small perforated prototyping board, probably the size of the 100-volt driver. And then I'll give it a 12-volt plug. We'll have to make, in this thing, the Wemos D1 Mini Pro. Hold on, what's the Wemos D1 Mini Pro? Hold on, I gotta size these windows. I didn't do anything related to stream during the break, and that's on me. That's my wonderful contribution to my own personal anxiety. But what can I say? Oh, it's the Gears of War song. This is not the D1 Mini Pro. This is not my beautiful house. Okay, we're right up at the edge of the thing. D1 Mini Pro. Okay, version 1. I guess maybe in the subsequent versions, they did something with it. What is going on with you, buddy? You got some stuff on you. Okay, I thought it was cracked. The keyboard project, I might have to do a different microcontroller for. I might have to use the Raspberry Pi 25, whatever, because I might not have the pinouts. I would like to do a little bit of probing into that today. The mixer circuit I need to build, so maybe we'll work on that Thursday. I need to build up one channel of the mixer so I can test to make sure everything's good, like where the phases change and stuff like that. Because if you put stuff into a mixer, you want the same phases coming out on the other side. Otherwise, you might cancel out things that you might not have considered. Luckily, the right and the left channel go through the exact same scheme, but in order to mix in another channel at unity gain, I got to do some shenanigans. So we got to do those shenanigans on the breadboard before we move into anything else. I can't build the circuit until I know that it works. I mean, I can, but I'll waste $5. It's like 25 bucks. What are we looking at? We're looking at, what's our power input? 5 volts, 3v3. Max input, 3.2 volts. I think it only takes 3 or 5 volts. So I'll have to have a 5-volt regulator in there. All this technology that I'm putting into this, but I never used these D1 Mini Pros for anything. They've got an external antenna connector, which is totally cool. You have to move this 0 ohm resistor in order to activate it. But like, this is a very, very cool little circuit. I mean, it's got the RP2040 right there. Is that an RP2040? Whatever the hell that one is. 26 something? No. That's some other chip. Anyway, D1 Mini Pro is pretty cool. It's got a lot of good stuff on it. These Wemos circuits were like $5 each, and I never found a use for them because they were a little too special. The 8266 is so limited that it kind of helps inform you of what your microcontroller should be doing in a project. We were able to get the 8266 in spite of its limitations. We were able to fully get it to sign into the API for Twitch. You know, we're down here in the mines, right? We're down here building the foundation of what other projects do. And it turns out you can just get like some code that'll run everything for you. Ridiculous. I'm shook because of that. This would be nice for the keyboard. Let me see. What's that? PGA 2350. That's way too much I/O. That's way too much chip. No. I don't need the latest and super greatest. I just need the slightly more modern Raspberry Pi, and I think everything will run on that just the same. Secret Life of Machines is a great show. I watched it as a kid. Oh, that's the guy who, okay, Tim Hunkin is the crazy looking dude from Secret Life of Machines. Okay, cool. I like him a lot. He does very, very good work. Boy, would I love to have that level of show. Universally loved, and everybody knows his work. Yeah, that would be awesome. This is just straight up the song. This isn't really even mixed in. He just started the song. I think our max is 5 volts, so I'm definitely going to need a regulator on this thing. I could use a 7805, or I could find something a little bit better than that. But I don't need multiple amps. We just need to run the D1. I'll use the D1 in this just for the sake of simplicity and to use up one of these because, you know, I like giving my microcontrollers jobs. I don't like them to sit around in bins all day. They get bored. Don't got enough to eat. Yeah, we can put pin headers on this thing and have it plug in. Pin headers and standoffs. That way it'll be a little safer with the 100 volts that it has to work with. ATtiny 1634. What's that? Yeah, the ATtinys are really good. The last time I dealt with an ATtiny was when I was working on that synthesizer, the filter, the reverb filter, which is, it's tough to do reverb apparently. Oh, why didn't pseudomaze chats come in? What happened? What's going on? It stopped at Celia's link. Probably have to refresh it. Where is that? I probably need to put a Stream Deck button on the refresh of the chat. Audio overlays, chat, properties. I wonder if I can refresh it. There we go. Oh, we already looked at that one. Yeah, that's right. That's the big boy. Big boy. But yeah, so this is the ATtiny. ATtinys, you can find Arduino cores for the ATtinys, which is pretty cool. So what I do when I use a ATtiny 85, I'll load an Arduino core onto it. It's MIT makes some of these, the code they put up publicly. And so we can run Arduino code on it. And since most of my programs are pretty compact and function, they're bespoke, they do only what they need to do. A lot of our stuff will fit on something like an ATtiny 85. So if I want like a big elaborate circuit, I'll put port expanders on the ATtiny 85 and run the port expanders as my regular ports. It's crazy. And the 85 can do all kinds of brokering of digital signals. Really useful stuff. I love the ATtinys. They make an ATtiny that's only 6 pins. So you have power, ground, and then 4 pins to deal with. What are you going to do with 4 pins? I think there's an Arduino core for it, but mostly you'll want to be doing like machine language stuff. Crazy. Stop posted, wait, why did, I see this one, never mind. This one froze too. I thought Celia posted another link and then broke this chat. Apparently this one is going to remain broken for quite some time though. I think just refreshing it doesn't work. And right click doesn't work either. Here we go. Can I refresh the cache? Nope. Just copy, close, open a new window. Sometimes I'll use the 595 shift register. Oh, that's cool. That's what, I mean, that's how they did the Nintendo controller. Now this might be, why do Linz unlock the chat so hard? I don't know. It's a Twitch thing, or it's a social stream blade thing. But for some reason, a link just like, it just hobbled my chat. You can see we missed like 10 minutes of messages here. Now everything's back on. It works now. Very strange. Use the Arduino core as well. I mean, look, people bash the Arduino all the time, and they say you should be using some kind of an eclectic, weird, stupid studio to IDE to be programming stuff, and then you should compile your own hex and blah, blah, blah. But when you add those things on, while you do have a lot of flexibility in that, you have to start worrying about things like timing registers and flag setups. Like what does this flag do? What do I need to do on this? I configure this part of the operator chip to do this and that and the other thing. And it's like, I don't want that up front. I don't want that up front. I want to put my code onto a chip and have my code run. And then if I run into problems, then I can go under the hood and get to the nitty gritty of how to configure stuff. But then the AVR dudes will come in and they'll go, oh, but you get used to it and then it's easier. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Like I can just sit down with Julian and say, what do you want this to do? And he'll go, I want it to blink the LED. And I'll go, okay, let's put up a little bit of code. Boom. And it's in the thing. And the LED blinks. And then I go, Julian, you're very dumb. Learn how to do this yourself. Look at the code. It's 5 lines of code. I understand what's going on. Right? Like boom, 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 boom. Things are actually happening instead of, wait a minute, I got to look this up in the data sheet. Okay, that register is responsible for this specific functionality, but it's not this clock. So if we go to the register table and we look at what the register table, so we got to send it 101101, and that goes into this part. But oh, wait, no, but we're using an internal clock. So we technically need this internal clock register to be set. So it actually becomes this, and we need to make sure that this is set every single time. So we've got to have that there in place or it's going to brick the microcontroller. And it's like, get rid of all that. Put me up in front of an IDE and I can have simple code that does everything that I want it to. Oops. There. Just real easy. Just put the stuff in, we'll deal with the rest. Hit the program button. So good God, that original, the complexity of the original microcontroller stuff kept me out of the game for a long time. I bought an Arduino, and within an hour, I had, and by the way, this is me just out of college, right? I had like little to no experience programming. A little bit, I took microcontroller courses and stuff, but I forgot all that. Very little experience with anything. I knew how to solder stuff. I knew how to put together circuitry. I knew a little bit of digital and analog circuitry, and I loved doing projects and stuff like that. So I bought an Arduino. I plugged it into a prototyping board. And within the hour, I had an accelerometer that would light up one of 4 LEDs, whichever one was facing more upwards as you tilted it around. You tilt the breadboard, LED facing up turns on, and I had that working in an hour. I looked up the sensor and then Arduino, and I found code. And I modified a little piece of code, and I loaded it up into the Arduino. Bob's your uncle, right? That's the beauty of Arduino. It's that it's accessible. Everybody and their dog has done your project already on Arduino, but slightly different. So that's why I love and use this platform. Even like any other microcontroller, I will try to default put an Arduino core on it, just because it's just so easy. I would love to be able to take my insulin pumps, which are these omnipods, these things here. These little omnipods have a pretty nice microcontroller on it. The problem is it's a specific microcontroller. They said, hey, Atmel, can we get a specific microcontroller that has some like FETs on it so that we can do the activating of the nichrome wire, the whatever it is that, we call that again, the memory wire, so that we can do the memory wire motor just directly from the microcontroller. And the microcontroller company, I think it was whatever that sideways W made out of boxes is. I forget what company that is. Anyway, that company said, yeah, we could do that. And so they spun off a specific, like, bespoke version. Freescale, nice. I didn't expect people to be on that so well. Freescale semiconductor, right? Freescale's like, sure, yeah, we can do that because you guys are going to be selling these things by the billions, right? And so I've got a pile of these. I've got a pile of the Freescale semiconductor microcontrollers. I've got the clocks too. If it uses a common core, we could potentially run software on it. But I'm totally useless until we can do that. Like, I don't know how to do that. We need to learn how to do that. If you need a ton of I/O pins, I can happily recommend the Arduino Mega. Lots and lots of I/O, lots of excellent I/O for intensive projects. Yeah, if you need lots of I/O, the Arduino Mega is a go-to for a lot of people. For my keyboard, though, I'm going to possibly go to. I need to do a little bit of research. And we might as well do that right now. Because it's not, well, if your stream hasn't started, why is start soon up? Because we're not working on the core project is why, and I'm letting you guys gather. But yeah, so for the keyboard project, if there is a column that is completely unpopulated, I can use the RP20, not the RP2040. Yeah, the RP2040. I'll put it directly down on the PCB. If that column has stuff on it, then I don't have enough pin out. I don't have enough pin out by 1 pin. And I don't want to involve any other hardware. I want the keyboard to be relatively simple. It's just a wiring nightmare, right? Let's get the keyboard out. Let me just open up the paint document. Is this it? No, that's our current paint document. So MS Paint app. I can't believe they wanted to get rid of Paint. For a while, they were kind of fixing to get rid of it. Okay, so as we had it before, I had a bunch of muxes, and I only have so many of these muxes. I'm actually running out of this specific one nowadays. This one comes from a brain imager project, and this is actually analog instead of digital. So it's actually kind of crappy at this job. Since keyboards can run pretty slow, it was good enough. And so the RP2040 had enough pins because I was muxing to everything. But instead of muxing, I want everything to go direct to the chip. So if I look at the configuration of the rows and columns, we have like, what is this, 5 pins for these, 1 pin to do the backlighting, 2 pins to do the screen, and then I think it's the USB is already spoken for. Those are bespoke pins. I think that's all we need, right? So with the number of rows and columns, that actually comes out to there being something like 1 that isn't used or something. It's like 1 pin. Oh, and 1 for the reset button, but I think that's on its own pin. They wanted to get rid of the snipping tool. Yeah, they were saying that we're going to get rid of the snipping tool. It's like, you mean one of the most useful tools in Windows? Yeah, paint and snip. They're so basic. They're kind of like the Arduino IDE. It's just so it is. There's no boiling it down any further. I would like it if they could add layers to the paint tool, but that kind of ruins the philosophy of MS Paint. So from what I understand, I mixed some rows and columns here, and column 7 is totally blank. So theoretically, I could not wire anything to column 7. Theoretically. Maybe. Because none of these others can be combined because they all contain conflictions with rows and columns. Well, let me check to see that that's true. Yeah, none of these can combine any further, even though they look pretty unpopulated at times. I've pared it down, and that's by combining, hold on, combining these over here. But 7 goes to P6 and P7. Column 7. But there's nothing in column 7. We got to check that. So let's check that. Let me go get the thing. This is going to be kind of a lot of pokery going on. Where did I put the keyboard? Wait a minute. Oh, it's over here. Because if I can drill down to where column 7 goes, if it does have any necessary stuff on it, then I can't do this project with the microcontroller. I need to switch it for a better one. The text tool in Paint is your friend. No, no, steady your hand. Steady your hand, mere mortal. You need to actually learn how to do legible writing in Paint. It's so freeing to have terrible handwriting in Paint because it's funny. You got to learn. You know, I can pixel art all these symbols and stuff, and I have done that in the past. I did that for some Hackaday schematics that I did. But if you can learn how to legibly freehand draw them, it's so much more freeing and good looking. Not after 3 cups of Siberian coffee. I remember I decoded something in Assassin's Creed, I think the second game. I decoded something, and it just said, "I am Sumerian, are you?" I had to like do like numerology and all this other stuff in order to decode like a 1 and 0 kind of thing. What up, Gonad? How's it going? I mentioned Tom Thinks earlier because we want to build something that tosses these emotes kind of like the Dorito gets tossed on his channel. So it needs to arc up and hit me. Here, let's check column 7 real quick. I just want to make sure. You are in a state where I can shuffle you aside. This thing is relatively simple, so it can be shuffled around. Maybe put this over here. Just like that. That'd be pretty good. This is the Deckard Chill Mix. This is the 50th birthday one with part 1 of it. Tom is a wizard. Yeah, he uses Adobe Flash in the way that it was originally meant to be used to trigger animation. So it's very akin to the kind of interactivity that we're trying to achieve here. And he still uses the button. I really want to send him a silicon pad to go under that thing. Maybe I'll print one of them, one of the lower ones. It's Sumatran. I've never heard Sumerian sounds. Oh, is it? Did I mess it up? Okay. I don't know anything that I'm talking about. Believe me. But I do remember going into Assassin's Creed and like Sumatra. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Now I know this now. Is that what my folks drink? That might be the kind that. I think they have a slightly different one. I don't know. I do the lighter blends. The lighter blends have more caffeine, more of that sweet caffeine. High voltage coffee. That would be a hell of a thing. I don't like to do stuff with high voltage, chat. I have exposed electronics that control my life. They're my pancreas is external, so I don't mess around with super high voltages and stuff on the stream. It is unfortunate because high voltage is entertaining. We got to clean this up and make it good again. What's going on here? Okay, all right. I'm nervous about these pins. I might have to lay down some Captain tape in order to make sure they stay in place. Because see, this one's moving. I think that's a ground though. Gotta be real stinking careful with these. Jeez. This is nasty work. Ugh. Hold on, guys. I'm concentrating. I'll get back to your messages in just a second. Okay, one more. Nasty. Just nasty. Okay, so those are relatively clean. What's going on here? By the way, I finally woke up without terrible, terrible heartburn this morning. It must have been like a bacteria or something. You know how like they discovered that a bacteria causes ulcers? I feel like I had that because like for 3 days I had decreasingly harsh heartburn in the morning. I felt like I'd fucking drank acid. I was burping battery acid in the morning. You think adding flux on would make this delicate job a little easier? Yes and no. It did just fine. There was already flux down. It's really a trade-off. It depends on what I feel like doing. Actually made half and half today. Half light, half dark. Huh. Yeah, I stick to the light coffee, and I always do iced coffee for some reason. It's just because it's delicious. That's all. I don't feel like drinking hot coffee. I'm a wiener. Oh, you got to drink the coffee with nothing in it. It's black coffee, and it's got to be hot enough to boil through your whole esophagus. No, thank you. I like to dip my wick. Whatever you want to do in your own time is totally fine with me. I don't judge. Everybody's got their preferences. You can dip your wick into whatever the hell you want to, and I support you for it. Did you kill a solder joint? There's a couple missing pins already. This thing has had enough of my BS that these are starting to lift pads. Some of them are a little crooked. This all can be reworked later. And I just got to be really cautious with what I have. There are several missing pins. I'm close to the edge. Not to lose my head. Old school. Sugar Ray fight. This is a good song. All right, that one's folded. This is why I don't use flux. Look at the state of my tweezers. Close to the edge. Loose. Okay. This is why I want to use a little bit of Captain tape on this, just to reinforce these. That's gone. Shit. Well, at least there's part of a pin left. This is a cool remix. I like this. Yeah, the whole construction of this thing. This is Code's work. Code's 10 keyless. I again, just like with Steel Series, I feel like I have Stockholm syndrome for these fucking keyboards. Keep buying them. I have 2 of them. One was a backup, and that one died too. This is actually the backup that we're repairing now, and I'm going to make a PCB, a flexi PCB, to interface with all these pins. But these things have had just about enough of our BS. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm cautious around ICs. But all that rework that we did the other day made these really weak. Some of them are in pretty bad shape. So you got to be careful with them. This has got to be the best 3-cam setup I've ever seen. We got some cool stuff going on here, and we built it up over time. Celia Russell knows. She was here from like day 3. The early setup, my first microscope was actually my DSLR on a big tripod, and I was able to get kind of close, but that was like over the shoulder. It was like here. It was like low on the desk, so it wasn't a good angle. And the DSLR could do video for 30 seconds, and then it would have to stop for 1 second, and it could keep going for another 30. That was to keep the big die from heating up, the whatever it is, the lens thing, the imager chip. I came for the beard, I stayed for the electronics. I mean, being a snob about the quality of your stream is very important. There are a lot of streamers that agree with me on this. There's a lot of very famous streamers that don't. They have like a crappy setup with a mic that peaks and their video doesn't look that good and it breaks constantly. There are some very famous streamers that operate like that, and I don't know how they do it. There are people with 500 viewers and everything is shit. I have to have everything perfect. Where's the beard? I don't have a beard, and unfortunately, I'm straight as an arrow, guys. I'm sorry. Who's your beard, bother? Huh? Wait a minute. You don't need to do the camera, but if it sounds bad, F that. Without a compressor, yeah. I used to use the AT2020 USB microphone. Didn't have any compression on it. And I suggested to a friend at the time that they use one too, and they bought one. It's the same microphone that Critical uses, Penguins Zero. He uses the same microphone, right? It gets everything in it. You might consult Big Clive. That microphone picks up everything, right? Everything. And if you get loud, it will get loud. And so, you know, this person was using it and they were doing the usual Twitch, like freak out at something scary kind of bit. We go, oh my God, that scared me. But without a compressor, it was like, whoa, like really loud. So, but yeah, having a compressor on your microphone at the very least, and doing a little bit of work to record your output, like the output, the final output, record it. Listen back on a pair of okay headphones and a pair of nice headphones and a pair of earbuds, like terrible earbuds. Those Mac earbuds are probably going to be the most common thing that people would listen to you on if you got famous. Listen to it on all those things and make sure that it sounds okay. Can you legibly listen to yourself? Do you peak? Is it like obnoxious? Is it a little too much? I'm a stickler for that kind of thing. So you know, I put in the work to do all that stuff. But the video quality and stuff, I also got to be as good as I could possibly get it with the cheap cameras, and they're perfect. It really does a good job. I don't need to use expensive webcams everywhere. This is Deckard, my definition of chill, 50th birthday, part 1. Rip headphone users, Labozo. Madamble, if you see him scratch his ass, it's to adjust the sound. That's funny. Little DJ Shadow in there. Mom. There are beard hairs on the keyboard. Okay. So we're testing P7. Matambale. Matambale. Madam Bale. That's Madam Bale. Okay, that's not as clean as it could be, but let's see here. I'll try to remember Matambale. I will try. That's all I can do. So we got ohms going on. Or Joe. I'm not going to remember Joe. All right, so 7 supposedly has nothing connected to it, and yet for some reason I've connected 7 to 2 pins, pins 17 and 18, which if pin 1 is here, pin 1's here, end of this row is 12, 13, 14, let's get in focus here. The happy accident of putting a Nikon, what is it? Nikon, it's like the marking is rubbed off. I can't see what lens it is. Anyway, putting a Nikon lens, an old Nikon lens on the webcam with the Kurokesu mount makes it into possibly the best microscope I've ever used. All right, so pins 17 and 18, starting at 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. These two are connected to each other. I can already see it going somewhere. That one goes to here and here. And I go to here. And then one of them goes way out. Where are you going? Where are you going? Why are you running? I'm not going to solder a camera. That was a trip. That was a good way to show off, though, because I fixed it. I won. It goes to a diode, and then it goes to a column. Where is it going? Where are you running? The column is somewhere out here. What is going on with this mix? Caps lock? Oh, but I'm putting caps lock on 18. So that's only one pin. So that one's 8. Why am I marking it down like this? Oh, I'm combining these two. 7 and 8. Okay, so I've already got, so the number of pins that I need, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Then 26, 27. And then 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32 pins. 34 pins. 34 pins. This is the original map, and did I already combine them? This is old. Yeah, I combined some of these in order to make, so column 7 is not blank. And they're all spoken for. I've moved everybody in. Technically, I could make 6 and 8, depending on what the map looks like. Yeah, we're talking about keyboard stuff right now. I'm trying to go through my old notes and figure out if there's any way that I can pare down the number of rows and columns on this keyboard. Because if I can pare it down, then I can have less pins used. I can't swap rows. I can only combine columns, and I think we combined this up. So like 6 and 7 are 17, 18, 24, and 25. But then I could actually combine double 6 with 42, and the double 7, 7 and 7, I could move. I can't move anywhere, no. Can't move anywhere because of these down here. So I think that's what we already have in the other diagram. Although, why is 7 blank over here? What's going on? That's weird. Because 7 and 8 are combined. That's what this is. Yeah, right. Okay, okay. I don't really need to be combining them like that. I could just leave 7 out if there's nothing on it. But over here it says there's something on 7. I'm getting confused by my own notes because this keyboard is very complicated. It has a lot of rows and columns. I was typing, why are you said, and you said, why are you running? Yeah, fixing that camera cable. I mean, I fixed it. So it would be 18 and 17 are combined. And then 6, 6, and 8 could technically be combined. And I think that's what I did. 24, 25, 42. 24, 25, and 16. Oh, okay. So it was, hold on. Let me get a handle on this. So that means that that's there. This should combine this way instead of, well, it doesn't have to. It doesn't need to. And since these went over here, they can't combine over here at all. So I have minimized this. I crushed it all in. So it's over here. Not the most logical thing in the world, but it does work. So there's no open space down here. With that in this column, I can't move rows. Although if I did swap rows, no, you'd have to have a complete matching pair to combine them down. Huh, what a puzzle. Okay. So 7 does have stuff in it. I don't know, maybe this isn't accurate anymore. Yeah, it doesn't look really accurate, does it? I think maybe column 7 on the keyboard itself isn't represented. Yeah, that's what it is. It's used in the non-10 keyless. Can I save that? No, I can't. Damn it. What are we doing? I'm just looking to see whether or not I have enough pins to run with the RP2040. I don't think I do. Beep, beep, beep. Oh my god, there's so much noise on this web page. Holy. Where did that diagram? Stuff that I've been searching and other stuff is coming up. Oh my god. This is why the internet sucks. You're the reason, website. And my view picture button is broken. Ah, Chrome, what have you become? What have you become? Okay. Which one is, what's the difference between the two? Weird. Okay. GPIO 17, 25, 29. Were there 2 more that you could? That's 30 IO. 30 IO. Run SWD IO, SW clock. So I2C, is that? UPSI would be for the memory. USB, regulators and stuff, IO-VDD. So, okay, so X in and X out, what are those? Well, okay, so in terms of GPIO, we have 30, and that does not include I2C with it. So I have a total of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, so 21 plus 5, 25, 27 I2C. What were the other 3? Because that 27 means that I've got enough. But when I tried to do the IO, it was like messed up. Oh, okay. 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 pins. 8 other. And then reset and I2C is on its own. We're looking at IO pins, specifically IO. This is just one of those like spatial problems that I'm bad at. Reset is external, right? Run. Yeah, 26 is the run button. So USB reset button, those are already handled. I2C is going to be on I/O because there isn't I2C on this. The memory chip is on its own. Might need a voltage regulator. Might need an LM1117 or something. So that means that, why are they all numbers that are hard to add up? 15 plus 14, 29 pins. Because no USB, no reset. Or rather, they're on the thing, yeah. Is that 5, 6, 7, 8? Because that gets us our screen, that gets us the 5 pins for the LEDs, and that gets us the I/O backlighting. Oh, 0 to 7. Shit. Damn you, programmers. 0 is just a concept. What's wrong with you people? Oops. 15 and 8. Wrong answers. 16 plus 15, 31. 28, 29. 32 footsteps, can't remember, the road meets the sky. 32. I used to know the lyrics to that one. 28, 29, 30, 31. That's a They Might Be Giants song. 31. I have 30. I can't eke an IO out of this thing. I can't believe, that's unbelievable that I would have, and I can't shorten the amount. This is the wrong circuit. Don't put that in the keyboard. Ah, balls. GPIO 29, GPIO 0, 0 indexed, 0 to 29 is 30 pins. 30. I don't think any of these can be reassigned to be a GPIO. Test enable, X and X out, IO VDD, BVDD, Swclock, Sudio. It's me, Sudio. Yeah, so what the, damn it. I can't do it. What are the accessories I think are boiled down to their component parts? The RGB LED thing is particularly weird. Because you need to be able to trigger one bank or the other. Oops, Control Z. So 6 LEDs, common anode. Anode's hooked up to a transistor, and pairs of cathodes are connected to transistors. So I can't split this out. What this is doing, this system here, is hilarious. This is so German. It's so German. Why not do all this, and we can put the 6 LEDs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins. Yeah, you got to use MS Paint. Come on. This is napkin drawing at its finest. No need to use special tools, because those special tools will fail you. You know, if I want to just plain old draw something, I don't want to have to build a new part, do this and that and the other thing. No, I can just do this. So if I could save one measly pin above what I've already done, we'd be in business, and I could use the RP2040 yet again. But my diagram, if I'm going to modify it, hold on, let's do what I actually have. Okay, and then we'll take this over here. It seems like we're doing the business of streaming right now, but we're just hanging out. Oh, I got a little what was that song called? The Matrix song. I've listened to that song a lot. Where did that one go? 8. Oh, so that's actually still there. Hold on. No, my 7. Let me cook. No, I cooked too hard. My meatballs. Oh. That's what it looks like right now. I can't believe there's no space for these somewhere else. Yeah, for the initial like brainstorming and stuff, I always use paint. It's just so much smoother for me to get my ideas out. Because I used to sketch a lot. I used to sketch and do, drawing kind of art. Used to be a bit of an artist, not much. But yeah, I always kind of sketch stuff in paint because it's just free and easy. I can do whatever I want with the pixels. I'm not hindered by tools. I don't need to expand or anything. Column 15 is really annoying. Column 15 is really getting to my nerves. Getting on my nerves. If I row swap, would it be able to combine with something else? No, it can't. I draw my timesheet for work. Nice. Very nice. This is like matrix algebra, where you can swap rows and columns freely, as long as the whole thing moves with it. Yeah, no other order makes this redeemable. Mostly just all this stuff. Well, actually, so technically if I swapped, no, but then those move with it. That one moves with it. Yeah, this would move with it. And so the only spot that this can go is here. And then this one moves with it. I would need this to be clear. So that doesn't work. None of it works. None of these can be combined any more than they already are. Just these big open areas. This is the Code 10 keyless keyboard, and I'm taking over from the old microcontroller that died way too easily. The old microcontroller died. I want to build a circuit board that I can put on top of the Code 10 keyless, solder down to all those microcontroller pins, and fully take over the keyboard. And I've done this already. I built this circuit, the one that uses the muxes, these guys right here. I built this with wires. I want to make it a circuit board instead of wires. And my microcontroller has natively, without using muxes, it has a total of 30 I/O. This is 15 rows, or 15 columns and 8 rows. Doesn't quite work out with all the added stuff, like a screen, the 2 RGB LEDs, and think that's it. I guess I need to save this to the desktop. I can't get into my file server right now. Oh, and it was in backups, wasn't it? No, not backups. Hey, Bother, hope you're good. How's Willow, the toy destroyer, doing? I've made 2 skeets in recent. I hate calling them that. I've made 2 skeets about Willow, about things that she's destroyed. She eliminated a bunch of cardboard, and then she destroyed a duck toy that we have had since the holidays. We've had this duck toy, and she wasn't really too jazzed about doing anything with it until it became one of her remaining non-destroyed toys. And she decided to use her little teeth as a stitch puller on the damn thing. And while the toy itself said it was indestructible, she, within about 10 minutes, was ripping foam out from the thing. So she's been doing great. Oh, here we go. This is my revision. RP 2040. Well, it's going to be the 25 something or other, which instantly solves any transparency will be lost. Since when do I have transparency on this? Oh, down here for the measurements probably. I don't need that anymore. I'll keep it for now, just because this is all of my notes in one. But this is 31 pins, and I can't pare it down any more than it already is. God, that sucks. Have one high side be the inverse of the other. Yes, but I would need circuitry in here. Don't get on me about that. You guys know how this works. That might be Ben Gizmo once again as the genius fucking idea. It was a really good idea. Yeah. So take this down to 5. Or sorry, 4 pins. Seven other. Oops. Yeah, how you doing, Commodore? It has been a bit. It's been a minute. Although I didn't change anything. I'm still doing the intro the way I'm doing it. Since you watched the show way back in the day. This is to remind myself later on of where my logic is coming from. That would bring us down to the exact number. And then over here, I would just have to, because I don't even have code for this yet. I don't even have code for these RGB LEDs yet. But once I do figure it out, it can just go flip between the two. And then whichever position it's in, it'll activate whatever PWM RGB is on that thing. I don't know what the timing on that is, or how much timing I want to dedicate to flipping back and forth. But that would work. That works. That is a genius level solution. Why do I have all these pull-ups written on this thing? Is that circuitry that I have to remove? I'll have to investigate that part of the circuit and see what I need to do here. Oh, and I figured out which one was numlock and which one was caps lock. I see. We don't need this. I'll have to figure out what the actual configuration is. All right, let me just remove it in the diagram. And then it's weird. They had like a dedicated PWM pin, and then they had like an on-off. It's like, why would you have both of those? So I just wired them together. I'll have to figure out where I did that on the other board. Well, pins 4 and 3 on the thing, so I need to put 4 and 3 together. And I'll just modify the diagram over here. All right, so I can use the RP2040, meaning the parts that I actually ordered are what I can use, which is always nice. So this was this into this, that, this into that, going up 5 volts. Was there a resistor on the input? I don't know. I don't remember. Oh, whoa. Ooh. That looks terrible. Okay, so that would be the way that it's done. So this would be one is inverted. So it's like 1 0 or 0 1. Oh wait, no. What are we doing? This would be, yes, you can. We draw this better. You can kick it. You've already asked. This is the 5th time you've asked. You can. Just do it already. Like that. Oh, I can't give it 5. Well, unless I just run this off of 3 volts. Because that's all these get. Although they're held down. That's internal stuff. Like these are on the PCB. Are these on the PCB? I think they are. There are these guys up here, I think. See, here are the 3 RGBs, and they're pulled down. I'm going to label them. And then up here, these are the RGB LEDs themselves. They have the pull up resistors and the transistors. So I'd have to remove one of these and just bypass it. But these are automatically pulling up to 5 volts. Damn it. Yeah, I do need a transistor here. So I need a PNP. Once more, Ben Gizmo is correct. I don't know why people don't get what we're doing right now. It's like I'm not doing the project. I'm noodling around with chat and talking about things that I'm thinking about. Just having a nice little just chatting kind of stream. you know, the majority of people do get it. It's just the select few that don't. It's baffling to me. Okay, so there's no resistor there. So I can do rectangle, get rid of that. I don't know if I can, dotted line would indicate that it's what's originally on the PCB, but. So then, do these have internal pull-ups? Ohms. Bring these up. Hold on, where are my probes? Probe it! These are going to the same location. That one goes to the pin. So this is the emitter. This is the base. This is the collector. So if this is the collector, then I can go over to 5 volts over here, which is on this side of these things here. Yeah, okay. So I'm getting 1 kilo ohm. So I think I have my collector and emitter mixed up. This one is going directly to 5 volts. 1.3 ohms. There we go. Okay, so collector and emitter, we have a 1K going to positive. And then let me get invert out of there. So what I would need is a PNP. Oh yeah, this has a pull-up on it. So does this one. This one too. Put it over here. This is important work we're doing. This allows me to get into the circuit design on the side. So then this needs to go. No, we still need that pulling up, but we need to be giving this thing 5 volts. Wait a minute, how do I do this? Would it be, hold on, let me think for just a minute here. If I do an NPN and then a PNP with going up to 5 volts, this thing won't return. No, it'll go to ground when it won't have ground. Okay, I'm gonna look up the circuit just because I feel very dumb right now. We're trying to voltage shift and do the inversion in the same operation. So this is the NPN circuit that we already have running the other channel. And we would need something to be the opposite of that. So this is using, yeah, the PNP would be at 5 volts and supplying that to the thing. And I would need a transistor or a resistor going to ground. So it would default back to 5 volts. And then when this switches, it'll switch to ground through the big boy resistor. Or when it unswitches, okay, thinking about this, hold on. This is a very hasty sketch, I'm gathering. We'll get to work in just a minute, don't worry. Make better use of my space. So, if I have this going to ground, now I've inverted that channel. And if I've got a 0 here, it'll send 5 volts. But if I've got a 1 there, why do I have the 1K sitting right there? That's not. Oh my God, redraw the whole thing. Just redraw the whole thing. Just Jesus Christ. It's internal anyway. I don't know why it's all the way over there. Or no, the transistor to 5 volts is internal. And it's got a 1K across there to pull it back up when it's done being pulled down. So this is active down. When it goes to 0, it puts 5 volts here. So in order to invert it, I put it to a transistor. That goes to ground. So when this goes to 1, then this switches because the current flows. Oh, geez. Very, very weird looking transistor. Hold on. Circuit analysis on the fly. Your morning zoo radio show. We put a 1 here. That flips this to ground. So this becomes a 0. If it's unflipped, it's a 1. So this is our inverting right here. So now we need to not invert it so that when we have a 1 here, this is also a 1. When we have a 0 here, then it flows in the other direction, which is why we use a PNP, which is arrow into the transistor here. Then the question is, will 5 volts on this, if we put 5 volts here through this guy, I don't know. I don't know if that'll overwhelm it or not. Is that going to blow up my transistor? Do I need to have another resistor on 5 volts? When we switch it, well, right now we've got a voltage divider scenario. That's a voltage divider. This would have to be a small resistor, and a bunch of current would be going through it in order to pull this down to 0. So if this is a 1, this is not switched, and we've got a resistor down to ground, and this is a 0. In quotes. But then when we have a 0 here, current is flowing through this John back to our transistor. So we need a big resistor here. Like a 2K, like a 1, I don't know, would 1K not be, would 1K overwhelm? Well, if it's 5 volts flowing back, we're in trouble, right? Or it should be kind of like a trickle. Do like a 10K? Is that how that works? Because 5 volts and you get a little trickle back through R1, and then your primary load is going down through R2 to ground. So it'd have to be a combination of a PNP and an NPN. See, this circuit is totally safe because we're putting 3 volts into the transistor and it's totally fine with it. I guess it's a robust enough transistor that it doesn't have like a runaway current to ground. I don't know. We were fine putting 3 volts directly into that pin. I don't know if I had I'll have to check my schematic to see whether or not there's a resistor here. I'll put a resistor here for now because that's what you're supposed to do. Put a big question mark on it. We'd have 3 volts go through a current limiting transistor and then it would trickle down to ground, right? Through, then this thing is basically our load. And so that would go through the 1K resistor and get pulled to a near 0, right? In this case, I guess we probably wouldn't need this resistor here because our load is going through that 1K again. And I guess the 1K is enough to kind of knock it down to reasonable current levels. Because we'd have the primary load would go through this way, and then we have this coming out through this current limiting resistor. instead of going in through it. But that means 5 volts is still over here. So maybe we need to voltage divide it. This would be another 10K. And then it becomes 2.5 volts. I don't understand why people don't get what's going on right now. It starts whenever the hell I feel like it. And it gets longer every time somebody asks. As a nasty looking resistor. Nasty! I mean, that would be the simplest way for me to do that, is knock the voltage down to 2.5. And as far as I know, this would work. Because what this is doing is this will put this up to 3v3. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, it puts it up to 3v3. That would also get, would that also get voltage divided? Does it even work that way? I think I'm getting confused. I think I am getting confused. Because if this goes up to 3v3, we basically needed to deactivate the transistor. Goes up to 3v3 through the 10K, so there's very little current, but it should be enough to keep this thing from switching. All I'm concerned with is that this pin, when it's, well, we're putting that voltage there. When this starts conducting, a little bit of current goes this way. And it goes through our microcontroller. Yeah, we don't need the divider. We don't need the divider. Because as long as the current limiting resistor is there, these pins are 5-volt tolerant. Five VTOL? Just as long as we have a good current limiting resistor here, we should be okay. Because this goes to 0, and whatever that is just bleeds out through the internal stuff. And then that one also goes to 0, but that means that this one turns off. When this turns off, we have current flowing to ground. So it's essentially grounded. When we turn it on, we're putting, that's going to be a short. Maybe. But now that's a voltage divider. So we have 2.5 volts triggering this. But I guess that works because it worked in the other circuit. I'm overthinking. Wait a minute. Overthinking it. Because if they're 5-volt tolerant, that's what this is fine, right? We don't need a level shifter. So we put that pin to 0, and it goes through, sorry, it grounds through the 1K. The pin's 5-volt tolerant, so whatever current is coming through the 1K can be tolerated by the RP2040, I hope. And our NPN is then our inverter. So if I put a 1 on that pin, it'll trigger the NPN. It'll trigger the NPN, which brings that other one to 0. And then that other one is 1, so it'll trigger the caps lock NPN. If I put a 1 on that pin, that whole circuit goes to 3v3. And that triggers the caps lock to put 5 volts on those LEDs. And if 5 volts goes to that first NPN on the num lock, then it goes to conduct, and it puts a ground on that line, which brings it, 5 volts with the trickle current in there directly connects that, and then that becomes a 0. So they're inverting now. I think that's what it is. So I need one less transistor with the 5-volt tolerant RP2040 pins. What is the maximum input for the, let's just double check. I believe they are 5-volt tolerant. That is my belief. Do you have the datasheet open in one of these? No. RP2040, 5-volt tolerant. So yes, 5-volt tolerant. I found a comment which says the GPIO pads of the RP2040 are 5-volt tolerant. ADC GPIOs are tolerant to voltages in the range of negative 0.5 to IOVDD plus 0.5 volts. What? Some microcontrollers, such as the propeller, there's always back and forth debate about these things. Most SMT32s have 5-volt tolerant I/O. Tolerant of 5 volts being applied does not equate to being 5-volt tolerant. Help. RP2040 datasheet will default to that. Where's my ratings? What was that? That was general GPIO functions. Look up max. Nope. Ratings. Voltage at I/O, V pin, minimum's negative 0.5, maximum's I/O VDD plus 0.5. Really, they got to be 3 volts? Did we do the level shifting through the muxes? I think we did. Missed out on a little bit of cleverness that we did over here. Yeah, so we fed 3 volts into this mux because we're feeding the different channels. They don't necessarily get 5 volts just off the bat. These got 3 volts, and so we were dealing with 3 volts coming out of this thing. That's how we did that. I can't go for that. No, no, no can do. So, transistor as a level shifter, we got to put one in there. So that's a level shifter. And we're using this 5 volt to bring this up to 5 volts. No, no, no can do. No, no can do. So that means that if this is a 1, this puts a 0 here, right? This puts a 0 on the whole line. This would also be 1K. So this is a 1. This is a 1. Switches this. This goes to 0 through here. Hold on. That goes to 0, which means this flows down through through this transistor. Yikes. Yeah, and I need this one. I need the level shifter and I need the inverter. So there it is. That's the design. No, it's okay. You got it. I can draw it up real quick if it helps. No. We figured it out. I wanted to figure this out myself. And I think we got it. So we've got a level shifter in there just to keep things at 3 volts because the RP2040 would blow up if I gave it 5 volts. I forgot that the RP2040 is not a 5-volt tolerant device. We will be doing the business of muxing directly from the microcontroller, but it's also going to choose to put 3v3 on all of these circuits for the different buttons because this is how it works. This is what it looks like with the rows and the columns. So we're providing our own voltage to the rest of the keyboard in that system, but the other systems, like for instance the backlighting and the RGB LEDs, those are going to be run at 3 volts. So sorry, those are wired up to 5 volts by default. So we have the 5 volts internally going into these things, and then I am simply adding a transistor that does the level shifting, doing it here too, so that we're not running 5 volts directly into our microcontroller. We don't want it to go to 5 volts when it puts a 0 on the line, right? And so, yeah, the level shifting can be done with no less than 2 transistors, but that saves me 1 pin, which enables me to do the entire matrix and the accessories with the screen. That's it. That's solved now. We figured out that problem. What does Ben Gizmo have in terms of a drawing over here? It's a bit.ly. I'll open it up over here to see what kind of massive... That is just furry porn is what that is. Why did you send me that? Oh, yeah, this is what's going on. This is more transistor heavy. I don't need that. We can get rid of 1 transistor out of the system by having just a level shifter. That just means that 5 volts is being operated on over here. And we're getting 5 volts in this part of the system through the 1K resistor. So 3v3 will switch this off. Or sorry, 3v3 will switch this on. And then the 5 volts in the 3v3 will trickle down. Their current will trickle down to ground. So there's no interference in my systems here. And when this goes to 0, it'll have to go to 0 against... Well, it'll be its own internal stuff. So maybe I need a resistor here. Question mark. 3v3. Another 1K or something. No, I don't think I need that. I don't think I need that resistor there. Because this will assert its voltage on this thing. And when it goes to ground, it'll go to 0 against 3.3, but this will just... Current will... No. It unswitches when it's at 0. That's right. So when this is at 0, there's no flow. When this is at 3 volts, a little bit of the 3 volts is going to bleed down into ground. So that won't affect the 5 volt system. So yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So that way, it's a little complicated. We got our 1s and our 0s here, but... And then maybe I'll do pads on this. And these all have pads too. Okay, so that answers that. Do I have it marked down anywhere what those pins are? I'll just mark them over by the pins, just to communicate that it's on a separate board. Bob-a-da-bob. Bob-bob-bob-a-da. Bob-a-da-bob. Hey, good morning, Blue. So pins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I don't know which ones go to red, green, and blue, but I have them worked out in the CAD. So pins 5, 6, and 7. 8, 9, 10, and 11. All right, save that. Oh yeah, 3 and 4 on which one? It doesn't look like... So this one does the RGBs. It doesn't do the main backlight. This one does the main backlight, and it does it with these pins. Where's my... These pins down here. These couple of pins, which I do have to wire together. Pins 4 and 3 and then I need to give them their own transistor with 5 volts on it. Okay, so do the circle here. Holy shit. That was a little brainstorming session that we didn't expect to come across today. I'm actually going to get rid of the RG and B designators on this because I don't know which one's which. I mean, I guess I could try to figure out which one is which now. Real quick. No, I'm not going to do that right now. Sorry, I had to get this done so that I could continue with the circuit board. So I'm going to save this, and we are going to try to come up with a way to chuck emotes around. So let's get the start soon out of here. The music out of here. Oops. I actually did mean to fade that out. I didn't mean to do the joke. I didn't mean to do the joke. I didn't mean to do that, chat. So sorry. The idea, the subscription light is still broken. There's something about the messaging that I need to figure out. So hopefully during the stream today, there will be a sub at some point. I won't beg. But that was just some crucial work on the keyboard project. Turns out there's a lot of stuff that was wrong with my initial assumptions. We figured out how to reduce the pin count even further with those RGB LEDs that I haven't even figured out how to program yet. I don't know how to put them into the keyboard. I'll figure that out later. That's a lot of this keyboard project is if I set up the framework of what I want, I can then build into it later. So the way you have it drawn, I mean both are on when you drive low. Okay, hold on. Let me bang this out. Let me make sure that this is the way that things are happening, because this is what I see. So if I have, let's see, time is equal to 0, and I put 5 volts or 3.3 volts here, right? 3v3. A small amount of the current from that 3v3 is going to go through the 1K resistor, and it is going to switch on this transistor. So if that transistor switches on, this becomes 0 volts. That means that this transistor here is not on. So this becomes 5 volts, and it turns on this transistor. This is what? This one's on, so this one becomes ground, and then this one is not on. Wait a minute, hold on, I gotta work this out. Madamu, thank you for subbing for 13 months, saying subscribe. Hey, thank you. Okay, hold on, switch gears just a minute. Boop. Last thing ever said. Channel chat notification, event type, channel subscription message, channel event type, channel chat message, huh? Event type, channel chat message. Wait a minute, no, hold on. We've gotten into, I'm getting this directly from the thing. So there should be an event type in here that says subscription, not channel chat. Chat message is channel chat message. Channel subscription message, channel chat notification, subscription message, chat notification, follow. We're not doing anything with follows. Thank you for the follow though. Channel chat, channel chat, channel chat, channel chat, follow. A lot of follows. What's going on there? Did something happen that I missed? Hold on a sec. I gotta look at my stream thing. We got the Madamus resub and the Cilia resub. Okay, so the Madamus sub came in as a channel chat notification and a channel subscription message. We did not get a channel type of the subscription itself. Why didn't we get that? Is our event sub not? It should be. We should get something that says subscription. We only got the chat messages. Do I have another debug node active? No. No, we've only got the one debug node. We got event type, follow, chat message, chat message, chat message, chat message. subscription message, and that should say subscribe. Raw event object, user login, username, user ID, broadcaster name and ID. Message text is subscribe. Tier 1 million. Streak, duration, cumulative. It's funny the event doesn't get an ID, does it? It really, really should. The event should really get an ID because that means that people can double and triple them up by like refreshing the page. Chat notification. User ID, username. What is this for? MadaMu. Why is it? Oh, that's MadaMu's text color. And it's got all the information for MadaMu here. 13 months, blah, blah, blah. Text is subscribe. Notice type resub. Fragments. Resub. Cumulative months. Sub tier. None of these, I love how none of these are an alphanumeric identifier of the subscription. So should we take it out of the channel chat notification or out of the channel chat notification? Has a lot of information in it, whereas the channel subscription message has very little. And then this should be Baloo saying good morning. No, it's Ben Gizmo. What is the order of events here? Oh yeah, Ben Gizmo's the last one. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. How do I, where's the, oh yeah. Okay, so the main object, channel subscription message, is what we're keying off of. But the channel chat notification has all this data in it about the resub. We get that kind of data up here. Badges, two things with badges, subscriber, ID and info, Plemium, ID 1, message text fragment. Oh, we do get the resub object, unless I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. This one has way less data in it. The channel subscription message. Channel chat notification. Payload event type. Channel chat notification is less descriptive. Wait, but then in order to get thank you. So channel chat notification, subscribe gift can go directly in, but then I need another and payload, and then we're going into payload dot set ID subscriber. Where does it say what it is? Channel chat notification, user ID, user description. Let's just so we got to go into raw event. This is a mess. This API is a mess. Raw event dot username, chatter is anonymous. Wait, where does it tell me that it's a subscription? Because wait, channel chat events are channel chat message, but this is channel chat notification. So channel chat notification, that goes into here. So we've got this whole message, and now we need to pick out what the thing is. What is it? It needs to, it needs to be identified as a subscription. So we then go into the raw event, which is what I was writing. Raw event. I mean, I could do badges.0, but I don't think that's right. So let's close we don't need no badgers. Chatter set name, chatter user ID, source broadcaster username, blah, 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 user ID, system message, source message. That's the object of the stuff that they're saying in the message. Notice type. So, geez, what the hell? Notice type. Wait a minute, where is that again? Where's my eyes? My eyes! Notice type. And just is not null. All right, I guess maybe we have to. But now we have too much information. It's a resub. If it was an original sub, yeah, an original sub is not going to show. I guess I can get raids, announcements, bit badges, chat raid, announcement. Those will be interesting to get into later. Pay it forward, prime paid upgrade, gift paid upgrade. This is what I'm like. Sub gift, community sub gift, gift paid upgrade, prime paid upgrade, pay it forward. I have to deal with all of those. Resub, streak month, sub tier, is prime, is gift. Jeez. I can have a special light come on for the prime. All I'm trying to do is just get the fact that there was a subscription. Oh, message ID but that ID is going to change for a subsequent, like a repeat message. So I can't store the message ID as like an honesty checker, because we'll need this for Burn the Subs. This is part of the research of Burn the Subs. I could probably store part of the message, like I could store the number of months that somebody subscribed and then check to see whether or not that number has been increased. That's probably what we'll do with the database. That's Wayne Johnson. So if it's not subscribe gift, if it's notice type resub, I guess. I mean, there's going to be a couple different notice types that'll come through, and we'll have to take a look at what they are. If it's an original sub, what's that going to look like for someone who's never subbed? We had a chance to get that the other day when I had a bunch of new viewers from noodling around with Uo's Lab. I was just talking to him, and he re-skeeted something that I scat. I really hate that. Re-skeeting is like the worst word. I mean, it could also just trigger the light every time I see channel subscription message. Actually, that's probably the way to go. Resun? Oh, resub should be renamed. Payload event type, channel chat notification, or subscribe gift. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. It doesn't matter what it looks like. If there's a channel chat notification, I might as well turn the red light on just so that I know something has happened. We can get more complicated with that later. So let's just deploy that. So now, if anybody subscribes, theoretically, the ideal light will turn red. The ideal light is just this light that I have sitting on the desk. I gotta go get my makerbeam stuff. Maybe you shouldn't ask for strangers to skeet your channel. What, you're not into that? All right, let me get makerbeam stuff. That's actually right here. So all my makerbeam beams, all the ones we have left anyway. We do a lot of stuff with makerbeam on this channel, so occasionally I run low on supplies. I don't know if I should order more supplies for this or not. I think maybe we can just deal with what we have, and then I might 3D print my way out of a paper bag with this. So makerbeam, you need the bolts and the nuts, maybe some extra stuff just in case, and then you need brackets. Lots and lots of metal brackets. And those I just keep in these little holders. So what I'm trying to do today is take the 100-volt emote thrower and put it in something. We got to build a framework for our mechanical stuff so that we can get an idea of how far this thing can actually throw the emotes, because we did a proof of concept. Wait, these aren't what I was looking for. These are not what I was looking for at all. We have a proof of concept. We need to see whether or not we can bring that to some kind of fruition and make it actually toss emotes all over the place. So the idea is to throw the emote at like an angle so that it arcs. So I need to figure out what the smallest base I can build is. I think it'll be something, for now, it'll be something like this. And then we can put that at a 45-degree angle. This stuff is filthy. What is this? It's like the kind of gunk that you would find on a mouse ball in 1997. An Undertaker threw. Why's that so uneven? This is bent. That on my... Oh no, there's a bulge in the table. Weird. If I do this narrow, I don't think it'll... Here, let's... Boy, this should be on a plug, shouldn't it? Well, we're not powering... Oh, I see. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll keep that all together. There it is, the last chat message I ever received. It's about skeeting. All right, so we are using this as a kicker. Basically, the solenoid attracts in one direction. We used a super large amount of voltage in order to make that happen, because while it is a 12-volt, quote-unquote, solenoid, this thing is a huge wire that's wound around like a Ferris core. So it is essentially just a coil. It is rated for the certain voltage because of the properties of the wire. If we give it a burst of 5 volts, or sorry, a burst of over voltage, it'll kick a little harder. And in doing so, the wires could potentially heat up. It's rated for a continuous 12 volts. So if we just burst it, it'll build up that giant magnetic field and then dissipate it, right? It doesn't do much to the wires at all. Things were getting a little warm as we were operating it, but again, the intermittent operation is our biggest advantage here. So we went from 12 volts to 100 volts. That begs the question, could we do that with this one? Would this thing become super duper violent at those voltages? I'm not sure. I've not done a lot of research into high voltage and coils. I'm not too familiar. But this thing has little mounting holes on it. It's got 4 little mounting holes, and we can match that more than likely to a metric thread. And we can attach those metric threads to a thing called makerbeam, huh? One way to find out, I mean, I guess I could connect that one to the main system, but we need this giant flyback diode, and I've soldered the leads, and I'm too lazy to try it. Too lazy. We'll just, what I want to do is I want to build a frame for the emote thrower so that I can kick an emote properly up into the air and see what that is like, see how much force is behind this thing. And then maybe we can come up with something like a force multiplier if we need to. That's the idea anyway. If I have to, I could put a Heim joint in this back here, and then I can have it operate some kind of a pulley system. I say Heim joint just because that's what I know. So if I can get this to mount to these rails, I can put it on something that goes up at an angle to what's tossing things out, if that distance is proper. So let's see here. I need particular brackets. I don't have a lot of space. So this is makerbeam. If you guys are unfamiliar with makerbeam, it's a way to just kind of quickly throw up your, it's a way to quickly throw up. Hold on, it's a way to use aluminum extrusions on a small scale to build enclosures and stuff. They're really good, like if you're doing like modular synthesizers, you can build a big rack with these things. If you're doing computer stuff, like mini server stuff, you can build a giant rack with these things. If you're doing cosplay, you could build a giant rack with these. No, wait, that's different. But what you do is you have a specially, I guess, modified bolt head that's got these these angled cuts in it, and it fits precisely into the extruded frame rail. That keeps it from twisting. It now does not twist anymore, and you can put a bolt on the other side. It's a little different from the little cleats that you would put into regular frame rail. These pine extrusion, they're much cheaper. There's also an open source extrusion that you can print, but this is just what I used to use, and it's pretty good. And it's aluminum, so if you're building a big thing with it, it's pretty strong. This is what we're going to use here in order to hold everything together so that it doesn't fly apart as soon as we use our emote thrower. I could attach this by putting the bolt in and then relying on the threads of this and screwing it on that way, but I don't like doing that. You know, this is, can't do it on 2 locations, and it's just a little messier. We're just going to have brackets everywhere, big bulky brackets all over the place. It's like dust in here. Okay, so I'm going to need to find a bracket, proper bracket. And I think I can use these to hold the solenoid. These brackets, dear God, I don't know where these brackets came from. I don't know where these came from. I just keep finding them everywhere. Some of them have been drilled out, and those are the ones that I'm really looking for, is the ones that have been drilled out. That way I can use them with the makerbeam. Now, what is the size of the threads on this thing? Are they going to be M2.5? Oh, baby, they fit. They are the same thread. How lucky is that? So I can just put a little guy like this, and let me get a screwdriver with the proper hex head. I need to redesign my computer. I want it to fit inside of on a 19-inch rack shelf and have the reservoir properly positioned at the top. I don't know when I'll ever find time to do that, but still. It's been drilled out. So put this on here. This will give us an idea of what the width needs to be. We'll just set this thing up with a couple legs and just see what happens. We may have to engineer it around the sizing of the solenoid. And then we can capture one of the emotes. I don't know, maybe we can build it so that the sides can slide in and out. Later on, I could put this all in CAD and we could just 3D print something for it. And maybe that's the step that people would do it in. You know, they would, other people doing this sort of thing, they might just skip right to the 3D printed stuff and just roll with that. But I have the makerbeam, so I might as well use it to test out a few assumptions. It's good that we did all that work on the keyboard stuff. I still need to vet out the 1s and 0s on that, though. I don't want to randomly just go into it right now. We never finished that because somebody subscribed and it distracted me. I think my logic's proper, though. I think it'll work out just fine. Under pressure. Dun, 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 dun. Now, if you're Vanilla Ice, you may hear 2 notes at the end of that. Dun 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 dun. He tried to make the excuse that they weren't copying Under Pressure because there was an extra beat where there wasn't a note. On his version, these are cut. Wait a minute, I don't want to use cut pieces. They're going to have weird lengths. Although I do have matching cut pieces, so maybe I've done a lot with makerbeam in the past, and so if you get too far into it, you kind of need to have specific lengths, like this one is cut. Unfortunately, the specific lengths are exactly what we need in this project, so oh well. I guess we'll just use what I got. For some reason, my computer keeps heating up a little bit. I can hear the fans go nuts, and then they calm down again. I don't know what that's all about. Now, Gonad would have me putting all the computers in a different room, but can't all do that. And then this thing over here is the makerbeam wrench It's just a useful little hex wrench. Then I need nuts. I got a portable nut. Bring you guys a little further in so I can lean in. I have a haircut scheduled for tomorrow. The days of the long shaggy hair are almost over. You guys have 24 hours with my hair and then it's gone. Mine might be going nuts, but I can't hear them. Yeah, because they're in the next room. I do have a little space. There's like a under the stairs nook for the unfinished part of the basement where I could technically, I could put like a little folding table and then I could put all my computers there and then I just have to bust like a tiny hole in the wall, but it's not really worth it. Plus the stream computer probably couldn't go there just because of the distance of the wires that would be needed in order to run that. The Logitech cameras do not like to have long wires. Actually, the real way that I should be doing it is the closet. There's a closet on the other side of this back wall that you guys are looking at. There's a closet that's the width of the room that's just two like coat hanger shelves and shelves, and there's like Christmas stuff and a bunch of old things in there that could probably be gotten rid of. And if they were gone through, I could use that room as both a 3D printer room. It could be the 3D printer room as well as the computer room. And then that way, when I run on the Logitech cameras over here, there's not that much extra distance. So it would be perfect. But I unfortunately do not have control of those sorts of things. Am I missing all the makerbeam bolts? I think I am. Hold on. Tweezers? Question mark? Here, there. Yeah, it would be pretty cool to be able to put all the computers and stuff in there. But the one thing that I want to do is reconfigure that the gaming computer so that I have all the proper the reservoirs in a proper place where bubbles aren't going to form on the equipment, so that I can check the level of the reservoir more easily. With those nylon tubes, they apparently bleed. You bleed. Apparently they bleed air out, and so I constantly have to refill the reservoir. Do it back here like this. I think I need a longer beam. I need to cover the back stroke on this thing because it's got to be, there would be a plate on the front that would be where the emote basically hangs out. So this needs to go all the way to the back. So let's get a longer beam on that. Where's a good beam? Where's a longer beam? This thing keeps. Let's put this over here. It's all the way over here. My dwindling supplies of makerbeam. Way too long. Way too long. These are chewed up. These are from my old computer. Goes out of the way. Huh. Well, that distance actually works if the rails were inside. Huh, that would be neat, but I don't think that's going to be useful. Weirdly enough, this is like a standard distance. Yeah, that's really close. Okay, wow, I didn't expect that. I mean, you know, like all this stuff is like metric and it's a certain standard, but every time I used these brackets, they're just a little bit off. These aren't makerbeam parts. And so they're just random metal, you know, angle irons, right? Somehow with this solenoid, it works out so that they are almost like a millimeter off of being just the right part. Weird. Very, very weird. I guess I got to use the light colored ones, huh? Are these the same distance? Yeah, the same distance. Maybe we just got to live with it. And I need to somehow support this facing upwards without this contacting. So we're gonna, I'm gonna get this all configured and then we'll be able to play with it a little bit. And I'll have kind of I can load it in manually for now. And we'll think about hopper designs. We can do a hopper test, yumper test. So fear not, later on in the stream, there will be plenty of opportunities to interact. I forgot about this problem. And I think I have a thing of makerbeam bolts, of makerbeam nuts sitting somewhere. I don't remember what happened to them, though. We're going to need a lot of these, and I'm having trouble finding them already. I bought makerbeam bolts by the bushel. I don't know if I think I did. Hopefully they're not still sitting in the bag. I think I emptied the bag into here. These are now precious. I need to be careful with them. Supply and demand. One of these. I need another one. Not hard to find. Yeah, I have to do this staring through my hair. I can't see you guys properly. You guys. All right, so there and there. I'll just get the two ends of this, and then I'll square it up with the other beam. We got to find some corner pieces. I actually didn't have super duper acid last night, and I got some okay sleep. I got to bed too late, I think, but at least I didn't wake up in the morning with a completely acidic stomach. I don't know what was going on there. I think maybe I don't think it was related to a food, but we did have Greek food, and I think maybe the oil got to me. But it was like 3 days of massive acid burps in the morning. I don't know why. Could have been something bacteriological. Don't really know how to get that even. Well, we'll worry about that later. Let's get a crossbeam in here so that I can build a platform. Because yeah, I can probably loosen them all up later. Yes. Okay, so how far off is that? Look at that. That's crazy. This thing is unevenly cut. So depending on which one I choose, it'll be very close. That's cool. I did not know that would work out that way. These need to be evened out a little bit. Okay, cross beams. Cross beamus. What do we got? I got plenty of these angled ones, so when it comes to doing that, that'll be easy. These are a particular type. They all require 4 bolts each. This is like incredibly bolt hungry, putting stuff together with makerbeam. Just dump the whole thing. Hold on. Let me think about this a little bit. Do I not want that to be up a little bit? And then that creates the backdrop. Or I have one internal and then I build the plate up above it. Like this. What does that even look like? I don't even know if I have a bracket that can do that. Okay, all right. Get some bolts and just keep moving forward with this. Okay. These parts start to get bolt hungry. Two, skip to my loo. This. I don't think I need to use all 4 bolts for this. I think I could just do one on each end for the cross beam. Is that gonna fit? Barely. 3 and 4. This will eventually build up something that can actually put all the force of the solenoid into the emote and not have everything jump around the way that it has been in the past. Like building an erector set, and you get to say the word erector on camera during a stream. Everybody wins. Everybody winces. Oh, that's different than wins. It's a little bit different. All right, now two more. Now, when the makerbeam stream starts, things get dropped quite often, and the drop counter thrives, although not as many viewers, not as many participating viewers. Probably scared them away with that pre-stream where I was doing everything. It happens. Okay, let's one more. Get this cross beam down. Wait, is this the one that fits? No. Yeah, I think it would be very cool to have the next room over be like a server room, just a PC room. Maybe one day I'll achieve that. And then I can do the stinky 3D printer can be kind of entombed in there where the sun don't shine. The 3D printer right now I'm actually kind of nervous about. The Goop printer, I think I ruined the entire substrate. I'm going to need the Goop printer for the split flap display. Because the split flap display requires a lot of flaps, and those flaps should probably be printed pretty accurately so that they're able to flap under the system. And it's a lot of printing. And so if I have a little bump on the flap, I can use one of my paint markers to paint them like white, and then have white letters on a black background. So I'll need to take the 3D model and split off all the individual flaps with the lettering on it, and then point it vertical. I mean, I could also probably spray paint them white too. I can't do color in the Goop printer. It doesn't do that. But then, what is it? If I do that, then I don't have to, well, I bought a bunch of PETG, and I could do the coloring in the PETG too by doing a filament swap. The only problem is the flaps have a letter on either side, and the letter is pushed outwards. So I have a choice. I could redesign the flaps and give them an embossed letter. That way, you would start with black, do like 2 layers of black, then white, then 2 layers of black. I think that's what I need to do. And that would all be in PETG, but that means that everything is contacting the bed at first. The only problem is the relief of those letters would have a weird texture to them. Maybe I need to do a test print. But that would mean that the bulk of the print is white, and I just ordered 2 spools of black PETG for this project. I want to have a lot of these letters, so it's going to take a lot of components. We'll probably have to reprogram their software too. They probably don't have great software. Yeah, these are like the stock sizes are just a little bit too wide, but that could actually be to our advantage. We could have a stock size here right up against this, but that would put the emote too high up, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. The emote being 10 millimeter off of the solenoid is about the best that I can do. Let's move this up as far as it can go. Oh yeah, it's not going to want to move. Because they're tweaked at angles, and if things are tweaked at an angle, these bind inside of the rails. So there I can get it right up to the top. That's good. Okay, there. These are only going to be as tight as like a very light tightness. And then if I support the emote on this, well, there's a little distance here. So if we put 1 makerbeam space, I think that might do it. In which case, these should probably be corner cubes, but I think it'll be okay like this. Yeah, I'll just put like a mid bracket, and then we can put a long rail here. It'll be larger than the emote, and that way we can test hopper stuff. It's made of hopper stuff. Disgusting. Okay, so slightly longer rails. Do we have like a gap in the midsection because of the way these things are organized? This is like a long one, but maybe we should do this long, and that way we can test out hopper design. Yes. That's a corner cube. Well, okay, so second design element is that we need this to be narrow. More narrow than we thought, because it needs to hold up one of these things. One of these things. So what is that width? If I use this, then we got it perfect. So yeah, okay. That's our width. We're going outside the line there. This is going to use so many of the parts that I've been using in other stuff. Like the right angle brackets are just impossible to find. I got the big corners, but those are too big. This is what I really want to be using in most of the design. There's two more of these. Let's just square that up. Probably going to have to use 4 bolts on these, huh? So now I need 8 bolts. Order up. 8 bolts and 8 nuts. It's so fastener intensive. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Then 8 nuts. 1. Those should be just as easy to find, but they're not. 2. I thought I ordered the nuts, but if I can't find them, then that's that. You know what? They might be in a bag. Hold on. Let's spend just a second looking for the nuts. My nuts! Nobody remembers that PSP commercial where it's 2 squirrels and he's like, I got portable nut. PlayStation Portable. It's like a nut that you can take outside or something like that. Every time I search portable nut, I get weird results. No, it is actually a legitimate commercial, and you can look it up on YouTube without getting weird results. I don't see a bag of nuts, so let's look. Oh, there's an emote. There's an emote in one of these. Jeez, they get everywhere. When you build a chaotic emote thrower, I was thinking the original mechanism would be something like pulling back on a spring like this, and then it would catch it, and then some kind of a catch would release it. All right, I did not find nuts there. Let me look at the other part of the room here. Let's see if they're all the way over here with all my fasteners. I might have just tossed the bag over here, not knowing what it was, not remembering that I ordered them specifically for makerbeam purposes. Or I emptied it into where it should go, which I think maybe I did. You see a bunch of little baggies of fasteners, but nothing makerbeam sized. Okay, so either I forgot to order them, or they ended up with other stuff, or the bag is going to be found at some point, and I'll remember. All right, back over here. We're just going to have to fish for them and hope there's enough in here. I could have sworn that I ordered them. Where else would it have ended up? Far reaches of the shop. Oh, there's no telling sometimes. Sometimes I'll get annoyed and just flick a bag of parts onto something. There's a couple of those over here. I need to spend some time cleaning up. That's kind of an important thing to do. I've been pretty negligent in keeping this place in order. Without order, there's chaos. Pure chaos, unadulterated. Whoa, almost fell over. Okay, I don't see him. I don't see a bag of nut, so we'll continue to fish in the way that we have. This needs a different home. This needs to go somewhere else. Very much in the way of my beautiful desk. I don't have the other stool over here, so okay, there's nowhere to put this. There's nowhere to put it. Put it on the ground. We'll have to get it back up off the ground again. Just to give me a little room to think. Room to breathe, room to think. Room to breathe, room to think. All right, so solenoid, we'll have to post at some kind of an angle. I'll have to have feet coming down from that, and then that will kick this way. I'm going to build a frame on top of this, way we can get the wire out of the way. Do something like this, maybe. I'm going to build a frame, and the frame will be able to hang the emotes on, and possibly they will do their own business of getting out of their own way. So if this goes boom, another one will slide down. That's what we're going to try first anyway. And then the act of kicking will probably make it nudge a little bit over to the side, but we'll investigate that in a minute. So right now I'm gathering all of the hardware that I need. I need 8 of everything, and I have 3. So I need to find the rest of them. These are just pulleys and stuff. Here. Come on a journey with me, chat. A journey to find hardware. Or this is not the technical difficulty screen. Can I get you guys further away? You guys are like breathing down my neck. It's kind of creepy. Nope. I can't. This is our maximum far awayness. 5. This really should be easier to find. 6. 7. This is a pretty effective screen. We're going to come back to this one. Anybody else watching Common Side Effects? The Adult Swim show? Like Judge? It's dangerous to go it alone. Take this. I thought that was going to be like a gift sub or something. I was like, oh boy, I get to test the sublight. There's like no activity today, so how's it going? Hello. We're working on putting this all together to be an emote thrower. Oh my god, I hear the immersion blender upstairs. Shit's going down. We have oxtails, so we're doing some kind of an oxtail stew, I guess. They were on super sale, and they had to be used immediately, so... Makerbeam. Makerbeam's fun. It's a nice way to put stuff together. Heck yeah, stew's good. Oxtails especially, because they cook down quite a bit. Nice and tender. All right, so we got to figure out the positioning on this. And the whole purpose of the emote thrower is I want it to look like my emote. I want the emote to be upright and facing me, and then have it get punched into my, up into the air, rather. Hopefully into my face, but we'll see. We'll see how that works out. So that's going to be the frame. This mat has been tortured over the past couple of years that I've had it. I've got a new mat that'll go in here, but this one is all bulged weird because of all the hot air that we've used on it. I really should put down the silicon mat, the silicon rubber mat when I use hot air, because when I go to build something like this, the uneven surface is completely working against me. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Build it up. Tear it down. Build it up. Still, every time a Fatboy Slim song gets stuck in my head, I remember that radio interview that he did where his fan club were most of the people calling in, or at least one of the people calling in. He said, yeah, I'm calling in from the Fatboy Slim fan club, and we were wondering, in this very specific song, with this very specific lyric, is this alluding to something or other, like something complicated? They were getting like all of this deep meaning from the Fatboy Slim samples. And he, for every answer, he was just like, what? He's like, I put it in because it sounded good. I like the way it sounds. It was a hilarious interview. All right, come on, Bolt. Get in there. Sometimes a cigar is a cigar. Okay, I could try it this way. Just... No, that didn't work. Is this like not a makerbeam bolt? Did I find like a weird... No, I think it just went on weird. Yeah, there we go. Maybe it had a little cross-threading going on from a previous application. A previous life! Filled with intrigue and mystery. Can't trust the flatness of this work surface, but I can try. What up, BitLink game? BitLink game. Half the time I'm singing along, the artist gets them wrong. All right, we need 8 more. Jeez. These designs are so fastener heavy. It's fascinating. Ha ha ha. No, not making those jokes. Nope, no dad jokes. We don't do dad. Well, we do. We have far too many dad jokes. I think we have an older crowd here, and that sort of skews them towards dad joking all the time. Clean humor is mostly dad jokes. 6. Wait, was that the right kind? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is 6. 2 more. 7. No, they're not. Take that back. They're always safe, is what they are. All right, that's safe. That's 8. I need to find 8 nuts, which is not easy to do. I don't have any good humor. Don't have any good humor, so that's what you get. Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They just get kind of irritating. I can't find any. Oh, wait, here's one. That's 2, 3. Maybe I did empty the bag into here. It's just they're hard to find. 4. I saw 5. 5. 3 more. Welcome to my screw bin stream. Not using that one. That is the right size, but I'm not using it. I thought I saw one. I saw one. 6. 2 more. Please. I probably could have used corner cubes in order to make the assembly, but we're just kind of going ahead with whatever. Corner cubes would have been a little bit more kind to the amount of fasteners. 1 more. I saw it. You give me this. Beautiful. Beautiful. I can do the bracket at the top here, and we can just load them with gravity for this test. I want to actually, do stuff. Oh, do I not have the brackets to do it? I need to order more of those corner brackets, don't I? Look at that. I don't think I can go around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. I don't think that'll work. Hmm. Two of those. One. Two. There we go. We are getting by the skin of our teeth right now. We're on borrowed time with this stuff. I'm like out of brackets and I'm out of fasteners of the right type. It's crazy that we've been able to build so much of this so far. Those. Two of these on each. With the Omnipod hopper that we built, there were a lot of these sort of silly beam next to beam things that I was doing. Maybe we can do that with this as well to hold the emotes in place. We need something outside of it. It would be nice if I had enough brackets that I could just do a simple thing like, you know, put something like that up, but I don't think I don't have the bracketry for it. It's funny. Those are a little undersized. I think these are custom cut lengths because everything is just a little uneven. But that's allowing us to do a lot. So I guess it's good that they're there. On the computer project, I think primarily, I needed these little lengths to be the vertical spans. S-pants. YouTubers are still there, right? You guys are alive? They're just busy. I wonder how many people listen to me at work. I know a lot do that. They just put on something that looks kind of relevant. It's some guy doing circuits. When the boss walks by, it looks it looks like they're working super hard. Look at them go. I'm hearing some weird noises from upstairs. I don't know what the hell's going on up there. It's certainly not immersion blending. That's got a different sound to it. Maybe food processing? Or vacuuming, I guess, is the other option. Just some genuinely weird noise. Oh yeah, I think it was immersion blending. I just heard tapping on the counter upstairs, so I think they're done with it now. I watch it work quite often. That's crazy. I have a very loud ceiling neighbor myself. Yeah, the kitchen is right above me. So there's a lot of weird noises that happen upstairs. I'm usually the one that cooks, but sometimes other stuff goes on. It's squares. I'm ever going to get it. And we don't have anything to help us keep it square, so. Yeah, at a certain point, who cares? Who cares? I'll put this up here. So that is the size of an array. I mean my emote. So we can have that slide down that way. Want it to be sort of in the middle of the emote. So depending on where we put the base, I could do it on two pegs. Yeah, let's do 2 pegs at the bottom there. And I'll use some of the fasteners that I barely get a chance to use, which are the really long ones. Or I could attach these. These are kind of long though, these posts. Instead, I'm going to use the standoff. Actually, wait, we could use, I don't need to use corner cubes for this. why not? We could just put a corner cube at the bottom, and then it'll hit up against that and stop it. Bonk. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Which means I need one of the inserts, one of the threaded inserts. Do these pieces of extrusion come as a pre-cut kit? Yeah, the problem is the kit's like $100. They're not cheap. Was it 100? No, it might have been a little cheaper than that, but you can buy like booster packs of stuff. You can buy individual hardware, but the kit is really the place to start with it. And if you're trying to make stuff like, like rack hardware or, stuff like that, they're really useful for that sort of thing. Here, I should probably have it on a, if you want the URL to put at the end of the Amazon link, it's down there with the other links that I have. But on Amazon, if you want to shove some money in Mr. Beezers' mouth, the makerbeam kit, $150. Jeez. Purchased twice. Yeah, so it comes with a lot of really good hardware, though, and you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. I have been doing a lot of cool stuff with it. Where's my affiliate link? Who the hell is this Yahoo? This freaking wingnut here has got this vanity thing right there. Jeez, what is he doing? What a knucklehead. I couldn't think of anything better to call him. Oh, where'd my Amazon thing go? I must have turned it off. Never mind. There's a wish list, but no, that's not what I'm looking for. I had an Amazon affiliate link. It's no wonder nothing is happening with that. Oh, that was supposed to be the link to the board. Okay. Well, I have no idea. I know Short Lurker knows it, but I don't know where mine went. I used to have an affiliate link. I should knock on some other streamer. It's just Twitch wants me to use their knock on the door feature so I can stream with somebody else, and it's like I would die of cringe. I would sooner die of cringe. Pure cringe straight to my veins. What I need is the chodiest of little chody countersunk screw for the corner cube. And they're in here, and they're findable. Findable. I know you in here. I'm going to find you. There you are. Little tiny fastener. Because that goes into this without bottoming out. Those two go together. That goes into here. Doesn't matter which one's which. Yeah, so I mean the kit is pricey, but the things you can do with it are pretty vast. It's got a lot of things you can do, and it's good to like mock up hardware that you might do in 3D printing eventually, right? Like eventually I feel like I should probably be making a fully 3D printed thing for this setup. But to get everything right, I might as well mock it up with the beams. All right, so now I need 8 more. 8 more coming up. Because I'll use, because I need a better place to put the idealoid. Yeah, mocking up a 3D print in metal. I made it out of metal. I know it works. I built this out of metal. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Ah, 7. Nope. 7. Ah, get out of my way, countersunk. 7. 8. 1. Oh, look at that. A 2. 3. I never made it without biting. 4. Come on. Come on. 5, 6. Not 7. 7. They don't call it metalworking for nothing. Ha 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 ha. Ugh. Ugh. Is this 8? Or am I counting wrong? I don't know. I think that's 8. Those aren't as hard to find as I thought they were. The microscope helps, though. Helps me kind of zero in on them. What I'm basically going to do is take 2 more of these rails and put them on the outside. Around the outside, around the outside. 2 more of those rails. Coming up! This is all I have left. We've been doing so many projects with makerbeam. My supplies are low. What size are these? They're like custom sized. There should be at least 4 of them. All right, there's 1. 1 more. These are longer. Actually, these cover the whole thing. Wait a minute. The standard size is slightly longer, and that actually covers the whole length. Or does it? When you start cutting these beams, weird things start happening. You start to lose track of everything. You lose a little bit of your humanity. Anything goes. You are not unlike a god. I control everything. If I can't find another one with this weird length, then that's that. They're just going to have to be super long. Yeah, okay. Only had one of that length for some reason. So these I can hold up with corner brackets, these little weird ones. And I don't think it'll be as tight as we want it to be. That'll hold it back a little bit from the rail. So maybe that's not the answer. Because yeah, these barely fit in there. So we really need to put this right up against it. I think corner cubes are in order for that. Use the extra length as feet. No, I don't think that'll work. I don't think that'll work. I'm going to use corner cubes on this part. So actually, we are going to save some of the fasteners that way. Of course, I don't have matching color corner cubes because we're running out of parts, but getting this initial test up is important, so we'll emphasize that. And then I'm going to need 4 of the inserts and 8 of the little countersunk screws. So let's see, so 4 corner cubes, so that would be 1 on each of the corners of this piece. And then that other beam will just go right on top of it. And that'll give it the exact distance that I need. These little brackets will offset it, and that offset is too much. Unless I squish down the back of this bracket, but we still need room for the kicker in the middle, so this will do all right, I think. So we need some of these and some of those and some of the other things. All right, let's get in there. Always searching for hardware. That's the default mode of this type of stream. So 4 of these to go directly into the beams. Hopefully there are threads on all 4 corners. Let me check. Threads, 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 threads. Okay, there are threads on all 4 corners. So I need 4 of the normal sized countersunk ones, these. and then 4 of the little tiny ones. 2. Two of those as well. Yeah, the hardware's probably in view. I'm just not focusing on it. There we go. How many of each do I have? Wait, I need to put them in the spot. There, there, and what else? Oh, I haven't found any of those yet. Okay, cool. So now just as I run across these 3 new pieces of hardware, I'll just put them in the bin. I can see whether or not I have enough. I need 4 of those, so 1 more of those and we're done. Did I see another one? Yeah. Gotcha. Gotcha, mofo. You go up here. Did I? It didn't separate from the tweezers because I grabbed it in the middle. And the threads held on to the. You go over there. Jeez. Okay, so the little teeny ones I need 2 of, and then I need. Oh no, I need 2 of the normal sized ones and 4 of the little teeny ones. 2 normals, 4 of the teeny ones, all countersunk. Why am I not finding anything? Let's go to a different area. There's nothing. Here's a little tiny one. Yes. All the fun of searching through a Lego bin. Need to use what is it? Have one of those things where you drop all of your fasteners and there's an array of, oh, that's, there goes the idea light. What are we making? What's that? Iodemi. 7 months. Thank you so much. Asking what we're making today. Wait. Iodemi. What are we making today? Oh, that was the sub. That one read. I didn't notice that. Hey, sweet. So we get a light on the subscription event. We are making, we're basically bolting down all of the emote kicker stuff. Where the stuff that moves, we are making sure that it stays in one place. And we can then see what the power of this thing is. And so we're using makerbeam. So that means searching in a bin for hardware. That's just what it's like to work with makerbeam, unfortunately. It's searching through the Lego bin. Lego bin. 2 more of those. No, 1 more of those. 3 more of the little guys, too. My OCD would not allow this. That's what I was just saying. What I should do is make one of those things where you drop it down a ramp, and then it's got a bunch of little solenoids that'll kick out the hardware that you're looking for. Wait, this one's like much longer than those. So I could just tell it what hardware I need, and it would just... and then I'd have all the hardware sitting right there. It would be like, I didn't find any. Try again. Something like that would be really fun to do. You get like a really good machine vision camera. Hook that up to whatever the hell. Hardware should be sorted properly. Nah, no time. No time, no time. I know I got some more of those. We only found 1 of them. We need the really shallow countersunk pieces because this is going to go into a cleat in the rail, so it needs to not go deeply into the threads. Sorting this close to the edge is tough. So it needs to be round, countersunk, and have a very small shank. Can't really find it if it's up there. Back to the middle. I know you're in here, Screw. I know you are. I'm gonna find you. I guess I could use just the normal screws. It's just with the countersink, it doesn't really go on nicely unless you have a countersink there. Where are they? surely I have not used them all up. A lot of the countersunk hardware went into the computer project because it looks so nice to have flush fasteners on something 3D printed against the bed. It was a cool look. A lot of them were just for decoration, but I'm going to undecorate the computer project because that computer no longer needs to move from place to place. I got the Legion Go, and I'm going to use that as a thin client for the more visual games that we play during LAN parties. And so I've got, you know, it's like a tiny little tablet, handheld style game console, basically. And I'm thinking of using Bazarite. Is that what it is? It's one of those Linux distros that's specifically for tablets and, you know, handhelds. Ooh, now I'm finding a bunch. I need one more. We're almost there. One more. I need to get all that stuff together because I think I'm going to wipe that computer because then it fully will never need Windows. Because if we have a game that doesn't work in Linux, then I can install it on my main computer and just remote client in. And since it's my computer, you know, the 6900 XT super de-duper computer, I think it'll be totally fine handling, you know, thin client gaming stuff. We'll just have to see if delay is a thing. I don't think it will be considering the types of games that we play. Man, some of the modern graphics cards are crazy, aren't they? Like the new Radeon stuff. Whatever the hell Rabah's got, I'm super jealous of because I think it's more powerful than mine. I'm actually not sure about that, but he was running games pretty nicely. He always seems to like completely obliterate all of my scores. Oh, the other thing is when I redo the computer, I can also, I probably have to rewire some stuff, which is a little stressful. But when I do that, I can rewire some of the power things and put a full kilowatt power supply on that. So I can unlock some of the boosty features that my computer has. I sort of stopped it from going like balls to the wall because it requires extra power. And we were originally going to give it a 750 watt power supply, which it runs on right now, but it really does need something like 800 and something. So a kilowatt power supply will give it the overhead there where I can knock it all up and get everything to work properly. Right now, there's a lot of pressure for AMD to perform as well as NVIDIA. Well, NVIDIA is like pivoting to AI, right? So they're not making graphics specific stuff anymore, whereas AMD is doing that. Yeah, okay, so this gets corner cubes here on the ends, and then those will hold up this, and then this will bracket somewhere down here, I guess. But the corner cubes will be all the way over here. Maybe I'll use the angle irons for this. We'll have to figure that out. So right now we're just making the hopper. Yeah, the graphics card is like cheaper than the 6900. Probably performs better. What a ripoff. Like that. And for this one in here, it goes up with a little tiny one. If I could partition those drawers, I could organize those screws. That would be probably a better idea. Maybe I can print something to go in there, and that'll partition out the drawer, and I can put the proper fasteners into the proper spots. And then Iademi won't have a panic attack when I go into this thing. And I'll know how much of stuff I have. What's that? SteamOS is going to release soon. Yeah, so should I hold off on modifying the Legion Go until SteamOS? But will SteamOS be able to run, like, for instance, if I have, well, that would require installing the thing. So Fusion, there is a GitHub project that runs Fusion in Linux hardware. So if I get SteamOS, can I install that and still have Fusion run? I'm guessing the answer is probably yes. NVIDIA is more worried about overpricing current GPUs to fund their AI design. So now we get paper launches, an overpriced 5070 that's better than a 4090. I haven't been keeping up, but yes, that's what I hear. NVIDIA's kind of pivoting to the new market, and then the gamers are all left in the lurch. Sorry, I said gamers without censoring myself. So happy I bought a 4080 instead of waiting for the 5000 series. I bought a 6900 XT because haha, funny sex number. That's literally the only reasoning behind it. And I wanted to do a cool stream project with building a computer because I love building computers, but I'm not made out of money. And so I have been priced out of yet another hobby. Building computers, driving cars, shooting guns, they're all too expensive. I've had to pare back a lot of my hobbies. Even electronics is getting kind of pricey, considering that I'm trying to get into more mature projects, right? Then again, we do pretty well to cobble together the bits and scraps of my previous pocketbook. But computers getting so expensive has been very disheartening to me. I used to like to eke out maximum performance from the hardware that I would buy. That's not really a thing anymore, though. They come already optimized, right? You can still do quite a bit, but not what it used to be. I used to use a pencil to unlock a processor. I was about to buy a 50 series and then saw the BS. So I was like, that's fine, I'll buy a 4080. And realized NVIDIA forced everyone to take the 40 series off the market. Really? That's messed up that they can do that. What are budget people supposed to do? That's so fucked. Yeah, that part about the life cycle of computers is really frustrating. You have all of this hardware, and then it gets cheaper as new versions come out, but then it starts disappearing because they're not making it anymore. And so when it starts disappearing, you start to get this massive increase in cost because you can't find it anymore. And so if a piece of hardware dies, a company or a corporation is going to look for that piece of hardware to replace it with so that they can one-for-one replace the computer hardware, and so that cost ends up being justified. So if you're at a LAN party and your hardware dies and you want to just get a replacement, it can be like hundreds of dollars. I gotta check to see that that doesn't happen. I don't think that'll happen, but will something just set off Willow? That should be good for a couple shots. Okay, so next piece is getting this thing on it. I want it to be in the middle of the emote. It's just about there. But I can't fit that because of all the bracket hardware that's in the way. If I do it this way, yeah, that's the only way that it can work. And then the brackets are in weird spots. Oh, look at that. That's new. Yeah, that's just about at the right height. So if I can get that to mount like this, might be better to go to the outside rail than the inside. It's going to have to be like a bent bracket to fit on. Weird. Went to Best Buy. They actually had a 4080 Super because at the time there was bad press about the $200 decrease in cost not being enough. Huh. All these modern launches are crazy. I'm very glad I got my 9800 right before the pandemic. No, that was the 1080 I got right before the pandemic. And that whatever it is, that series was a survivor. That did so well to last so long. Do it like this. That's not going to work. Whoa, let's not pull apart the circuit. Yeah, like it can't. Actually, if I do one bolt on that, it could tilt. No, that doesn't really work. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to attach these two to one another. I don't have a 9800. I have the 7800 3D. Huh. I don't know what any of that means. The base I'm going to use the angle brackets for, but the main thing with the weird offset, because we've got weird lengths on everything. Totally weird. Doesn't go down far enough. Am I hypoglycemic? I feel kind of hypoglycemic. Hold on. No, normal glucose level. Boy, the automated system really makes it easy. All I have to do is stay out of my own way and stop eating so much. I might upgrade the moment the 7800 is due. I don't know, man. I can't stay in this computer game, the computer upgrade game. I dip in for like 5 minutes and I buy whatever the good hardware is at the time, and then I'm out. That's it for me for another umpteen number of years. And when it comes time to find new hardware, I'm back in, but only for a little bit. See, it's like the seam is right where these two, like right here. So if I put a right angle bracket underneath, it won't line up. I guess it could line up to, wait a minute. Yeah, 6 years-ish between updates. That's about when I do cell phones too. You can get good 6 or 7 years out of a cell phone. Mine's all busted, but whatever. I mean, I could do corner brackets on the I can't get to that. I can't get to that on the inside here. To adjust it up and down. Outside is pretty well spoken for. There's an offset between the size of this one and this one. I could use spacers in it and long bolts. Then what would the brackets be? It needs to be held on pretty strongly. These aren't long enough, I don't think. Well, they are long enough. 2 bolts and then a spacer and then another one in there. It'd have to be one of the long ones. And that would sort of hold it, although this would be able to tilt in a way that I don't really want it to be able to. Not as sturdy of a mount as I thought it would be. I could reconfigure the way that I'm handling this thing. Hold on, let me think. Yeah, those wouldn't be legs over there, but I could add spans that way, and then that would be totally blocked off. Squaring this up maybe won't happen. I can't turn this around because all the bolt hardware is getting in the way of the makerbeam. And so that, unless I move it up from where it was, like move it up a little bit, but then I want this stroke to be, I want it to hit for the whole stroke, basically. So couching it in the fasteners there means I don't have anything down here. Unless I put 2 on this. Oh, no, that won't work because the corner cube needs to be there. Put one thing all the way down here. Can I find one that would work in there? That application. One going down, that gives me the three legs to protect the solenoid. And then, oh, well, this current configuration is actually pretty good. It's just that the emotes follow gravity. So that's not going to work. All right, so if I hang them on these, this thing is going to be able to tilt. But if I put well, the third leg is not attached to anything. So that doesn't really help there. Not very strong. Up and back. No, that doesn't work either. Well, just for the sake of testing it, I think maybe I need to do the bracket like this. And then we'll figure the rest out. So let's just do that. I need 3. So 2 there. 2 there. This would be for the other side. And then that's for the third bolt. And the third bolt doesn't need to be this long. It can be shorter than this. It can probably use one of these, because then it'll stick out far enough, and I'll put a spacer in there, one of the nylon spacers that I have. Okay, that'll work. So let's get that together, and I need to get the nylon spacers. Spacers! Down here. Wish I had a deeper voice. I gotta train myself to talk talk lower. Hey, it's me, oh bother. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I have this nerdy voice that I can't get rid of. I can sing with beautiful dulcet tones, but I am a baritone. I do not sing bass. I took my boat of a car. Took that car for a drive. I was trying to get somewhere, but now I'm following the traces of your fingernails that run along the windshield of my boat of car. Or They Might Be Giants just stuck in my head. I didn't know they were so popular. My brother was just listening to them for a little while. I ended up becoming obsessed, as I guess most of the Midwest did. Phone is every 4 years because I like to have the best. Currently, my phone is pretty good. Xperia 4 has one headphone jack, SD card slot, 4K screen, and a camera. For a while, I was on the train of getting all of the, who are those guys? The ones that copied the iPhone constantly, and they were pretty good phones, and they were nice. They ran nice. They were unique. They had a cool look to them and everything, but then, they kept having metal enclosures, and I kept messing with all the features of the phone. Like I couldn't do anything with NFTs. Or no, not NFTs. I couldn't do anything with RFID things. There were just some frustrations there. And so I switched over to just getting a regular old Google phone. And that was the time that I switched my insulin pump to being on the phone. So I got all kinds of upgrades at once. And that was a Pixel 6. I don't even know what they're up to now, because it's like, why follow all these upgrades on phones? They're so expensive. People are freaks. It's actually a bit long. Is there a slightly shorter one that I can put in? I don't think there is. That length or bust. Yeah. So, okay, and then a spacer. Probably be one of these middle ones. Actually shorter than that. Yeah, that actually will do. Okay. So getting this in is a challenge. I always buy my phones used secondhand. Don't need a new phone. As long as the screen and the battery are good, then it's good to me. That's a mature thing to do, yeah. That's a good philosophy. Because, yeah, you don't need the best, the latest, and the greatest. And then what do you get with the best phone? You get all these updates that could potentially brick it. So getting the latest and greatest, at least for me, could be a health concern. The only problem with getting used is that the battery could be kaput. You could have a fairly raggedy battery on something like that, which can be solved by opening it up yourself and replacing it, though that's getting increasingly difficult to do. There's that, and then we get 2 more. I don't know, NFC, whatever the amiibo were. I was really disappointed that I wasn't able to spoof amiibo and cheat at my Nintendo games. Because my phone's hardware, the HTC phone, the hardware on it was, oh, look at that. We're over to one side. Okay, so I need a slightly larger spacer than that. Probably 2 of these. Is there something the length of 2 of these in here? No, it jumps up in size pretty quickly. So I need 2 of these spacers. Let me get all the bolts onto this one, and then we'll put one on the other side so everything is nice and straight. Even if you're comfortable using a hot air gun to remove the glued back, it's hard to find OEM batteries. Well, I mean, if you're replacing with a non-OEM battery, and by the time I'm replacing the battery, the phone is no longer new. But you're right. If you're buying a secondhand phone and you can manage to get all the glues and stuff to loosen up and let go of the layers without cracking the screen, God help you. It's a lot. It's a lot to go through. I blame Samsung for copying all the bad features of Apple. That's what HTC ended up doing too. They kept copying Apple and incorporating all these BS features in their stuff. It's like, why are we copying the dumbest part? Like, shouldn't we be copying like the good stuff? Throwing out the baby with the bathwater, so to speak. The whole thing falls apart as soon as I... All right, so one more of these. Of your fingernail run along the windshield of a motor car. Because money. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Androids had the removable back. That was great. Everything's one big piece. All right, let's try to share this up. Because stuff is not exactly lining up right now. Everything's kind of a little wonky, a little jacked, a little pushed to the side. This is, of course, where 3D printing is much easier. Oh my god, the whole thing is a trapezoid. What happened? Probably tightening up all these screws messed it up. So we loosen everything just a little bit, and then funge it all into place. Looking a little better. No, it's not. I thought it looked a little better. Oh, damn it. No, 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 no. These are so annoying when they slip out of the rail. So annoying. All right, back in we go. I need to repair this side, which is now spaced completely evenly. What the heck? All right, hold on. We'll figure this out. It's not out of square, it's tunable. Yes, I'm just tuning it. That's all. I'm tuning. Like in that movie that came out at the same time as The Matrix. Oh my god, it's a crooked... Okay, wait. So like that, 2 spacers gets me out too far. So I need 1 spacer on each. What? I'm getting confused. I thought these spacers would totally save us, but they're causing a lot of issues. Especially because they're hard to install. Oh yeah, because the brackets are pulling things inward a little bit. I see, I see. My angle bars aren't quite long enough, but we'll make it work. I will make it work. So forward and backwards on the full thing. Get everybody to the right distance, because then the bracket will drop directly down on top of it, and then everything goes out of alignment as soon as so this is the frustrating part about makerbeam, is you need to align these things in order to get them to fasten to one another. Oh, come on. Okay. Oh my god. Dog's barking upstairs. Just little outbursts of whoa, 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 whoa. It's very distracting. He's a very distracting bubby. But her posts were pretty successful this weekend. I probably could have put the hashtag Corgi Crew on them, but I would have gotten a few more engagements out of the pooch. She doesn't exist purely for social media engagement. She does not exist just for that purpose. She is a very good pet. She's very cute. Yeah, it looks like I could probably put a piece back here in order to push out this end, because it's squishing them together. Yeah, that's under pressure. Jeez. Pushing down on you. I do not think that I have brackets for that, though. Unless I use them to... No, that's not going to work. That's kind of wiggly. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, when I was looking at HTC to see what they were doing lately in terms of phones, when I was looking to upgrade, the reason I chose the Pixel is that it wasn't advertising AI stuff. I don't need AI on my phone, for fuck's sake. We're allowed to have some facet of modern society that doesn't have AI shoved into its pooper so far that you're going to be cleaning your nails for a week. I ran out of breath while saying that. Yeah, okay, not a lot of options for brackets now. We've kind of used them all up. I mean, that pressure fit is just fine, but... And then I could do legs coming off of the bottom of it. Just do an angle and then have a leg going straight down if I can find the right length. Like, do that. Or this. This is probably the way to go. And then have 4 legs coming down off of it, so that it's suspended kind of up like this. So let's try that. So I'm going to need a bunch of fasteners. It would be nice to attach this somehow, but I don't think I have the hardware to do it. It's likely just going to sit like that. Unless I did too big. These are too big. These are... Actually, that does work. Okay, so I need 3 and 3 for this thing to sit in the back of that. That's just going to make it strong. And then legs off of both of these. I don't really have like a cross beam on that, and maybe I'll need to put one in. Don't need AI features to edit photos on the fly. I think they're just scrambling for something to upgrade. The iPhone has ruined us all, hasn't it? It's ruined this whole market of cell phone features, because they feel like they keep needing to add these stupid features to phones so that they can have these quick releases of product. There's not much we can do to change it, unfortunately. It's just how these companies are working now. But definitely don't need a new phone every year. Some people do that, though. They get a new phone every year. I don't know how they do that. Why do people have all this money? Why do people have all this money? What's that like? Okay, so what do I need to complete what I'm doing? I need a lot, actually. I need quite a few. But we're doing the 3 and 3. And so I got 1 here already. Let's do 2 and 3. 2 and 3. And then I need 3 more. I thought I had a huge bag of nuts. Big sloppy bag of nuts. Thought I had that. But I may have tossed it in here. It's got to be somewhere else though. Although it hasn't been totally hard to find the fasteners that we've needed to build this. But I should have had just a huge supply of these things. I don't know if I bought them from makerbeam or not. 1. And you know, the makerbeam is stainless steel and aluminum. For very good reason. You know, I'm buying the makerbeam hardware instead of just buying random hardware store hardware, because I want to make sure it stays stainless, because these projects get disassembled and then they're put back into the bins just like Lego. And so a requirement of it is that things don't tarnish or rust. And these are pretty good stainless steel hardware. Although I probably could really carefully order, you know, a set of nuts for this that would be nice and cheap. I just can't believe I would misplace that many nuts. I guess maybe I didn't. Maybe it's in here. I'm just, it's just overwhelmed by the other hardware. Because yeah, we have been finding them. 1 more. Okay, and then back to here. Greedy companies that just want your money. Yep. You sure? You sure? I guess the bracket should be up here with its buddies. Of course, these aren't in alignment either. That's kind of the weird part about this. All the more reason to strengthen it back here. They're out of alignment because these aren't quite spaced properly, and 2 spacers is too much, and 1 spacer pulls in. Kind of feels like 2 spacers would be the right amount. Although we tried that and the spacing was weird, so it's like, what do you want? No, stay in. We're going to see if the first thing I build chucks them just the way I want it. BMW makes good money selling bright, shiny lemons. What, have they had troubles recently? I know their lead designer went over to Hyundai a little while ago, and I've noticed those Hyundais are looking pretty good. I'm tempted, you know, if I had any budget, I'd be tempted to look at that electric one, the sedan. But we don't have those kinds of luxury here. Plus, my station wagon is gonna have to work in perpetuity to lug my dumbass around. Oh, I actually need to, yeah, the Ioniq 5. It looks pretty cool. I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all. It's not like I'm in the market for one. But, yeah. Looks kind of neat. So, I don't know nothing about it. Is there the bother sled? Yeah. Shooting brake is what they call. I don't know why they call it a shooting brake. Looks more like a clown shoe, which is, I guess, what they called that one BMW. They called it a clown shoe. Yeah, getting something electric would be nice. I was kind of musing in the car channel just before I started stream of buying something weird like a Volvo Amazon, You'd have to totally redo the suspension to make it good. But I mean, taking something like a Volvo Amazon and putting in an electric drive from like a Tesla, like one of these Teslas that's been totally fucking destroyed by people, buy it up from the insurance company. A gas-only hybrid. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good too. It's just I'm closer to the city. I can charge up a car. I can take a quick errand and go charge the car. So I would love to put electric car hardware in an older car. We were a Volvo family for a long time. We are still, I guess we still are a Volvo family. And it would be neat if I could have a Volvo as well. I've been BMW for a little while. Volvos are pretty cars. Depends on the era, depends on when you get it. I think the Amazon was a great looking car. And it's funny, the Amazon looks like it's a huge old car, but it's not. It's actually kind of small. And it's a two-seater. So that would be amazing. I think it might be 2+2, but I would turn it back into a two-seater. Because you could get all of the, you know, if you find one of the Teslas that's the dual electric motor, you could put racing seats in there, gut the interior, redo it in some modern stuff so that it's not ancient Volvo leather, you know, that ancient weird Volvo leather. That would be so cool. Because doing all the electrical stuff, I could definitely handle that. And those Teslas are super cheap now, especially now that their stock is tanked. I just don't have the budget for something like that right now. But I mean, doing all the Volvo repair is something that I'm very familiar with. And, you know, you gut it, you find all the good Swedish speed parts. And I have a friend that's still connected with that scene. He kind of knows his Volvo Rs. Get all those Swedish speed parts in there. You got a stew cooking, baby. You could have a pretty cool little puddle jumper. Why is that one almost falling out? I'm trying to get the spacing right, but for some reason the right and the left side are weird. It's like 3 spacers is the appropriate amount, but is that going to push this thing over to the side? No, it's like centered. How the hell did that work out? 3 spacers is apparently the... Shit. 3 spacers is apparently the right amount. Weird. Apple stance on ECU modification. No, you would not be putting the Tesla's brain into anything. You are ridding yourself of the Tesla brain. No more, none of that shit. That's a terrible idea. No. You would want to put your own stuff in there, and in doing so, you would make sure that your electric car is just a car, right? It's not anything else. It's not trying to be a power wall. It's not trying to figure out what entertainment you're running. It is just a car. Just a car. You choose Volvo over Tesla. No. I need the guts of a Tesla. I need its gooey bits. I need that dual motor. And maybe the electric power steering. And then the batteries would have to be either reconfigured, something. The only problem with the battery is that the main parts of the battery would be up high. Because I don't think you could fit all that stuff under the Volvo. I think the Volvo's powertrain, I don't think you'd be able to fit it under. So the center of gravity is quite a bit higher. Oh, maybe it's uneven because this is still off. Why did the whole thing became trapezoidal? Oh, I see. This isn't tight. Tighten it up. Everything's a little trapezoidal in this thing. Looking at my gaps, it's all effed up. What's up, Kamira Sweet? But yeah, I was musing about like a car project like that. That'd be so cool to do. I would love to do something like that and stream it for you hacks. I guess I can narrow these down to be tightly fitting. Oh no, but they're limited by where the solenoid is. And the solenoid is a little bit to the right. I knew it. I guess we can keep it a little bit to the right now, just for now. I want to get the rest of this thing built so that I can actually hoist my petard up there, and then can't really do it there. Like this. Leg, leg, leggy, leggy. So I need 8 fasteners. 2, 4, 6, 8, 16 fasteners. Jeez. But like, so I was thinking about like, whoa, I could get some weird hatchback like a Delta, but first of all, not really that many in the shape that I wanted it to be in. And I don't have a budget. I'm literally just theory crafting about this, right? I'm just thinking about it because I love project cars. I love working on project cars. I would love to be able to do something like that on stream. Don't have the space, unfortunately. Maybe someday. Maybe someday we'll be able to do a project car. But if I were to get like a weird car, what would it be? And it's like, well, you know, kind of obsessed with the Lancias for a little while, and they're kind of sweet little cars, and I've seen the resto mods on them. You guys found some like shop that works on them, on the Lancias, had like a white one that was like prepped and ready to go to do like, you know, race stuff. That would have been a really good candidate. Getting it shipped over to America, not easy at all. But it would have been cool if I had the budget to do. That would have been the perfect like electrifying project. The other option for me is something that I'm very familiar with. So that's like, you know, I kind of know the BMWs all right. Those are way too expensive. There's no way you can get one that's cool and interesting. That's sort of like old enough to be just a nice little square car. The Volvo Amazon is not square, but it is fairly sporty if you set it up the right way. So that's why my mind went to Volvo Amazon. It's such a weird car that you don't see a lot of them around, and the ones that you can find to buy, they don't really work all that well. They've usually had pretty hard lives. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's enough for that. And now I need to find enough of the bolts to make this work. And then we'll have this thing freestanding, and we can hook it up to the circuit, and we can test it. So this is the last step, is finding these 4 legs and attaching them. We're almost there, chat. Just bear with my machinations for a little bit longer. The mind wanders when working on stuff like this. So yeah, I would love to be able to do a project like that. And the Volvo Amazon, I think, for me anyway, is the perfect candidate. A lot of room in that thing. It's a 60s car. It's got the look. It is a Volvo, so it is built like a tank. And you don't have any safety features. So it would be light for what it is. And it's a little 2-seater. It could look very good. It could look very sporty. Of course, my car friends are like, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. I'm like, no, you don't want to do that. Like, you don't want to do that. I want to do that. I want to do that project because it's cool. And the chassis is pretty good looking if you set it up properly. But yeah, all the suspension and the brakes would have to be like totally redone because I don't really trust 60s technology to stop the power of a 3-phase electric motor screaming. Oh man, but you would have to find out, you would have to like characterize it with all-wheel drive. You would have to have like different characterizations of your car and work through them in order to stabilize yourself for like anti-lock braking systems and stuff like that. Of course, I know enough about ABS systems now that I could probably get away with installing something proper. You need a heater core because it gets cold here in the winter. It gets cold here in the winters. I guess you'd have to have an AC, an electric AC. I feel like there's room for all that, though. What am I hearing? Is that a dog outside? Almost there. Yeah, it's going to be hard to find all of these. I don't even know what the weather is. I've been facing this direction all stream. Which means I should probably stretch my legs and get a glass of water, but I'm too busy finding hardware. Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of scuffed Teslas coming up for salvage soon. Look, their stock is in free fall, and people are destroying them left and right. Now, the insurance companies will probably be buying up the destroyed cars, right? But I guess then you could buy it from an insurance company, maybe, unless they make it to a scrapyard. You can, of course, buy Tesla Motors third party, but they're incredibly expensive when you buy them that way. A company that grabs up the motors and then sells them, that exists, but they're stupid expensive that way. Whereas you can buy an entire Tesla used for way less than that. Hard to find where. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 1, 2, 3. I need 4 more. I heard something that sounded like paws running outside, so I don't know if a dog got into the backyard and that's what Willow's barking at right now. And I could check by just turning around and looking out the window. Or it could be raining. I don't know why the dog would be barking during rain. There's of course dog hair in this bin. I think I've tossed this bin on the ground before. That's why there's dog hair in it. Mashed it. I need 4 more nuts. That's it. That's all I need. Just come on, 4 nuts. This is where Iodemi is exactly right, and I should be organizing this hardware better. Maybe I can, maybe at some point we can, wait a minute, hold on. One sec. Thingiverse, go! No, not Thingiverse. Wait a minute. No, GrabCAD. /library. Why am I getting an ad for proximity sensors? Husky bin. Oh. Husky. Husky. Just Husky. Why does that get everything? Wait a minute. Oh, that's an ad. That's why. No, we'd have to model the bin. Wait. I mean, the screw bins are kind of standardy, right? I don't know what keyword I would need to find it. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of neat. Yeah, I'd have to 3D model the bin. 3D model the bin and then make a partition insert. Not a hard thing to do. It's like a day of work, and then you're totally organized. But we need 4 more of the bolts. Or 4 more of the nuts. 4 more of the nuts. So that's all we need. That's all we need to finish this off. This iteration of it, anyway. I can start typing emotes into chat. Chat's rather slow today. We got enough people here. It's just maybe once I power the thing up, people will use it more. It's like you guys have the fart box, you got the idea light. There's all kinds of stuff that I've given you guys to interact with, and you refuse to use it because you don't chat in my chat, and it's your fault. It's your fault. I take no blame for this. I'm perfect in every way. That's mean. I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna be like that with you guys yet. What was that? Did I? What? I thought that was one. Guess not. We haven't looked in the dark areas where the shadows are most prominent. Where the shadows cover all. Nothing shall be visible in the shadow realm. I'm actually shocked that we had enough hardware to do this. We need 2 more. This one is a nylock. 2 more. One more. So one thing that I'm going to start thinking about, and I'm going to start possibly building, because I ordered all the filament for it, but the flap wheel display is a really cool project, and I want to kind of get that one underway so that we can have something like a 16-letter flap wheel. And if because at 16, I'm not going to be able to do it'll flap and show the person's name, and then flap, show the message. if it's below 16 characters. And if it's more than 16, it'll just say novel. And that'll be for like the sub message. Maybe. Of course, if it's an emote, I can't do anything with that. It'll just spell out the emote. 16 is a lot. It depends on how much room I have. These things are going to be a huge pain in the butt to build too, because you need to have all the characters and the flap wheels. So it's a lot of flap wheels. It's like if my printer was perfect and it could do like perfect prints every time, I could print all the flap wheels in 3 prints. There are so many of them that it would take 3 entire prints to make it. Now, do I do this and then have it drop down that way, or do I do... That doesn't work. Yeah, any way that I do it, it's going to have to be like this. But I may put it on the other end. So finding appropriate feet is the next one. These can adjust. So that sounds like a lot. Yeah, and if I could do it well, then I can have a giant split flap display. It'd be very cool. And it would work with all the sort of chat interactive stuff that I've got going on in here. That is the coolest part of it all. Okay, you know, sometimes these just like lock themselves in the channels. What is going on with this? Okay, we're doing a different part of the beam. That one's for some reason... Oh, this is a cut beam. Let's find a length for all these feet, because it's going to be... I mean, this is a good length, to be honest. Let me find more. Let me find more of the Bemis. Although if they're shorty little legs, that could work too. They need to clear this part, though. That might work. Would that one adjust? Unless it sticks out in front or down like this. Maybe down like this, and it can be like, yeah, there we go. Like that and like that. That squats it down a little too close, so I do kind of want it to be a little longer than that. These are cut to this length. Yeah, they are. They're like uneven. Or not. There we go. The light, the clear anodized ones are pretty good looking. Bemis. Where are my Bemis? So they're going to be hard to get to from the other end. I can get to that. Okay, we'll just do it that way then. It's going to have a little butt. Look at a little butt. A little butt sticking out. See, this moves a little too easily that way. It would be nice if I could hit that somehow or do it from there. It's a lot of fasteners though, and the angle would be weird. But that would sure it up. I guess I don't really need to sure it up like this. This will stick. Oh wait, like that. That way I can lower it down if I need to. We'll get it just over the height that the height where this thing will contact. We've got it just over that, and it'll be good. This is where I get to contort. God, what a dream project that would be. I can't stop thinking about it. Because my brother knows all about the Volvo side of things. he has a P1800 ES that he put Megasquirt into. Megasquirt is an older car computer. Nowadays, you can do Arduino for car computers even. Hey, that's a sub message. And it worked. Wonky Robot for 13 months. Thank you for the... wait, whoa. Tier 2. Wonky Robot. What the heck, dude? Thank you so much for the Tier 2. That is amazing of you. I really appreciate that a lot, actually. It's a lot. That is so nice of you. All right, legs. We're adding legs. He's got chicken legs. So same height as the other one. Oops. Yeah, same height. Wait, hold on. How come? Oh, it is right up against it. Oh, I do have to do this one first because it's right up against the edge. I've leveled up. Thank you so much. Oh, I just leveled up. That was from, what was that from? Some other, like, was it a Microsoft game? Forget. It's these, so I've got these, coming home from school, I would hang out at my buddy's place, and he would have like 6 or 7, it was more like 4 or 5, Dreamcast games downloading during the day. So that when we got home, he would have one that was ready to go, already burnt. He would have another, like 2 that were burning, like one of them was burning, and then one of them was ready to be burnt, and then he would have a couple downloading. So we'd get home and we just played Dreamcast the whole time. And we would take a look at these games, and it's like, wait, this is a $50 game? This is the wrong hardware. That's the wrong type of bolt. Like, wait, this is like an expensive game, and we've gotten like an hour of gameplay out of it. And so we'd constantly like switch games on the Dreamcast and just keep piling through their catalog. It was awesome. A lot of fun. And then we got to, when was that, like college? A little bit before that, when these, you know, like the Microsoft store was a thing, and you get all these free games. But we would have this huge variety of games. And so one singular game might have some kind of a memeable thing, an inside joke, as they were referred to before the internet ruined everything. And so we would be quoting that to each other. I've got all these sort of disparate quotes in my brain, my addled, ruined adult brain. So when I quote something on the stream here, I probably don't even know the origin of it. I read 100-volt emote kicker. Yes. We're running the solenoid at 100 volts. I've got a Nixie power supply meant for Nixie tubes. That's going to kick these emotes up from this assembly. So let's get these front ones on. Get the front butt on. Put that through there. Okay. And then we got here. These look kind of neat. They might be the right angle. I just think they're neat. That will fit. But the beam, yeah, that'll go. That'll do, pig. But I can't get to those bolts unless I move it up. I won't be able to get to the bolts, though. So we'll have to plan the height ahead of time. It works. This just should be somewhere around here. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, I know. Always covered in gold. I'll be fine once I get it. Nixie tubes are pretty. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I guess we'll do it up a little bit so that it's kicking more up into the air than this angle provides. These are going to be hard to get to once everything goes together, so I want to get the height right. It should be more adjustable, and I could probably engineer it to be more adjustable, but here we are. I kind of just want to get this thing onto hardware and see what it's like. Hey kid, you like hundreds of volts? I got something for you. Let's see. What was that? That was my mic cable. So one like this, and then one on the other side, so like that. We might have to find one more bolt somewhere in this mess. So this sticks up to there. It's right up at the edge a little bit. Okay, so I think I got the height right. Now the alignment isn't right, so they're going to be a little weird. Yeah, I have a bunch of Nixie tube hardware, like a bunch, that I could do something with, and I will at some point do something with it. Another way to display messages, I guess. Although I don't have lettered tubes, so it has to display some kind of a number. So it could be the number of months that somebody is subscribed, maybe. I've got a whole Nixie DRO, a digital readout for a milling machine, that's Nixie tubes, which is a weird thing to have. It's something my brother got for me, and I don't know what I can do with a big number display. Number of subs, number of months subbed is one idea. That needs to come up just a little bit. But that number is not going to get into like the thousands, so. Okay, so it needs to be up like that, but that's going to conflict with that screw right there, that one fastener right there. I have two different ones that are the wrong size. We were just getting anything out of there. I guess I've cleaned out that drawer nicely. Mikado kits. Well, which were those? I don't remember those. Yeah, it feels a lot like an erector set. Get all bricked up with your erector set? Wait, what? What does that even mean? I know what that means. I know. Okay, I need 2 more nuts. Speaking of erector. Hey! What's up, Komoski? All right, tweezies. Get the tweezies. And we're looking for 2 more nuts. Seems like most of them are down at the bottom. Also, watch me be completely out of them. They're just gone. What's up with the thermal? Well, another way to see things. Another way to see the world. And we do a lot of soldering on this channel, so it helps to give people an idea of where the heat is. Why would you not have thermals? It's a Lepton 3.5 in an enclosure that I designed that houses the Group Gets thermal webcam module. I haven't seen anything. I don't see anything. Maybe at the top of the bin where we haven't been looking. The Lepton 3.5 and its relative cheapness. Well, actually, Lepton is limited by ITAR. So I think maybe some of the newer like gun sights and stuff that have been going thermal have been using the Chinese thermal camera modules. Those are a little bit more unbridled because they don't have to worry about trade regulations for military style hardware. So you can probably get a better thermal cam nowadays from China. Maybe that's something that I got to look into. But the group gets thermal webcam module is very small, and I've got just a little box that I 3D printed for it to go in. Box with vents all over it, and it works really well as just a little webcam. The socket that was designed for it, for the webcam, for the camera to go into, drops it often because it was on the arm that I'm using to film this with, and so I'd bump into the webcam module and it would fall off all the time, and it ended up actually damaging the first one of the webcam cores that I bought. So we moved all of it over to, oh, that's totally uneven. We moved it all over to a 3D printed enclosure. That solved all my problems. Because now it's housed and contained and held together with screws. How in the world can I get to these two? I can't get to the 2 volts to adjust this foot. This 1 foot is totally uneven. It's all the way up in the air. Okay, hold on. I can fix this. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. I gotta find that song. That's an old one. Tell me what you know about dreaming. What you know about the night terrors. I can't remember what that electronic group is that does the guitar sounding wailing sounds. It's got a particular sound to all of their songs. A buddy of mine introduced me to them back in the day. That's where I heard that song. And then that song stuck in my head all the way to today. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Look at that. Would it be cheaper to AliExpress what you're doing? What does that mean? I don't know what AliExpressing something is. You just buy something that does this? If you can find something to just buy that does what we're doing today. This is a crazy little idea that we're bringing to fruition here. Buy it cheaper than make it. Do you know what I'm building here? I don't really think that rings true. Our application is very crazy and specific. Crazy and specific. Get all this stuff out of the way, and then we can kind of position our hardware around us. Being cynical for the sake of it. You know, you could also just not do a project. You could just sit at home in your chair and look at the wall. Why don't you do that, streamer? Nah. These things are, this sucks. These things are flat. Can't pick them up. All right, let's see here. So, pursuit of happiness. I know that's a little much. If I could get the voltmeter to be a little further away. This goes here and here. Be real careful because we're dealing with 100 volts. This plugs into the right area of the board. So let's see, that one is power and this one is switched to the other one. It would be these two right here. Let's double check that. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. 100 volts can do a lot, so you got to be careful with it. Oh, is my face in the way? I'm probably in the way of my own shot. Mechano. You think I could make it out of Capsella? Oh wait, that's like right, that puts the solenoid right in my wiring. Okay, fine, I'll tilt it to the side. I don't want the solenoid messing with my my wires in there. There we go. It fits exactly in the middle. Look at that. You can even pick it up a little bit. Oh, why can't I? Oh, the solenoid's in the way. Okay. So there's that, like that. We get the bank of capacitors over here, sort of out of the way so nothing blows up when I get near it. It's not as flat of a trajectory as I wanted it to be. Okay, let's turn it on, and I guess I need to connect to USB because I don't have a single power supply on this. I have two. One powers the AT Tiny or the Wemos, and the other one powers the voltage multiplier thingy and the solenoid guy. But this is on its own power, so I need this power cable here, so we can connect to the Twitch stuff, to the MQTT in the shop that is powered by the Twitch API. So that powers that. And then 12 volts, double check, power on. Ooh, I don't like how that bumps up to 100 volts suddenly. It might launch the next one a little. We'll have to see. The 3D print has kind of a ridgy structure that interlocks with itself. So all things said and done, if I enter an awe emote into chat. All right, so there's our first limitation. All right, so this is the real test. Not as clear of a trajectory as I would like. It does flip out nicely, but I think it's getting caught up here. And the chaos is, of course, created because it's like a dull nub. Hey, what's up, NeoCat? Where's the high-speed camera? We don't have one of those. I wanted to get one, but they're too expensive. They're just too expensive. Where's that emote? Oh my god, there's too many emotes. Hold on. There. Bonk. Bonk. Not quite good. Okay, so that is kicking it okay, but it's not kicking it up in the air. Oh, and look at that. The whole thing is moved. It's like bent backwards like I thought it would. So we need to brace it. So I'm going to power this all down. Power this down. Power this down. Shut it all down. Shut it all down. Get this out of there. It's already discharged because this thing works like that. It discharges itself in between things. So if you look, that happened. So we got to prevent that from happening. It's because I've only got 2 points where this thing contacts, here and here. And so that easily pivots. So we need to do something in order to brace this piece against the backing. And maybe I need to move it up a little bit. That's hitting in a pretty good spot, though. Down sort of a little bit under. So also moving this to be a little bit more vertical would be good. So let's undo. I mean, I guess I still want to use these feet. I might want to use the other type of bracket for these feet, though. And it means we got to find more fasteners. I need to put something from here to here. Yeah, that would change the angle. So let's swap out these brackets for the other ones. Brace for impact. It's coming! Yeah. Use it as pumpkin chunkin. Jimkin. Maybe. You can do whatever you want with it, man. There's any number of camera which can do 120 hertz, right? Many phones, $10 PS3i. Yeah, I have a couple. Well, I have one PS3i in a cabinet. Everybody told me I had to get a PS3i so that I could do 3D scanning, but well, it didn't really work out. Now we do have the CR scan. I bought a CR scan, a Creality scanner of some type, and we could use that in order to wait. That won't fit the thing if I do it that way. We have the CR scan, and what I'd like to do is put that to work, scanning the steering wheel for my setup so that I can move the steering wheel. Sorry, so I can print out an airbag for the steering wheel. Maybe a screen, but I don't know. We'd have to make the screen into some kind of a LIN bus item. Figure out how that protocol is going to work. Because then I could display stuff from the controller. Well, the controller, I think, is capable of having a screen. But not if you have the wireless module. I don't know. That Granite Devices controller it's okay. But I find it kind of limiting for sort of the maturity of the project at hand. Because I can't upgrade anything. Stuck with it. New legs, who dis? There was a whole 3D print for using the PS3i for 3D scanning, and it did it with a laser line module. So it put the laser line module on the thing that you're scanning and use the deflection of that to calculate the position, depth. $10 Connect can not in my experience, because we also have Connects. We got both Connects and tried to use them. None of it really worked. I guess other people get good results, but the Connect was really good at making a virtually located camera. You could put a camera in a weird spot, and it would sort of, the 3D maps sort of looked good enough to be, like I could probably make a VTuber that's a bunch of points, that's just a point cloud. I think that would be a really cool kind of face cam to do, because then you don't look like you. And I think a lot of the people who aren't running face cams are like, I don't like what I look like, so I'm not going to run a face cam. Okay, this has to be adjusted a little bit. That's about the height. The other one. The other thing is, are those the same height? All the little misalignments compound at this point in the project. It's like a funhouse mirror. Yeah, the Kinect is for human-sized objects, really. I'm wondering if VTube Studio allows you to use a Kinect, right? If VTube Studio allows me to use the Kinect, then I could maybe plug it back in and finally give it a job. It'd be very cool to do. It'd be cool if we could track your mouth for perverted reasons. No, so the VTuber talks appropriately. Yeah, it's mostly focused on getting a skeleton mapping. So it wants to know where your skeleton is at and how moist it is. We'll work on bracing it in a minute. I just want to replace the brackets with a slightly more angled version. So this is facing a little flatter. It'll be like this now. And then we could maybe alter it even. We could alter the height of the back legs to move the... Damn it. Got to do it this way. Why are you doing it this way, Bother? Because I feel like doing it this way. That's the only thing I got for you. I'm doing this because I saw it in a dream. That's my source. Have you moistened your bones lately? They are moist. They're very moist. We're just wet skeletons. Mech piloting a bag of meat. A VTuber that's an exact scan of me would be fantastic. Then when I do a big reveal, everyone would be confused. It was me all along. Everybody's like, I know. No, but it was me. It was me all I bought a supercomputer from George Lucas to make an exact replica of me using the heaviest in supercomputers, all so that I could recreate myself. Instead of sitting in front of a camera, I'm sitting in front of a camera. Bone moistening formula? What? Huh? Wait. Oh, this has to be a smaller piece of hardware. Okay, so we need to get a smaller little Jiminy John. We got a couple of them. Yeah, that'll just be a little shorty leg. I would like to get the VTuber going for gaming streams. I think that would be pretty cool. And then, you know, the Bother logo could be the thing that's talking to everybody. You know, it's a lot like these PNG tubers, but you gotta do something to conform to what everybody else is doing on Twitch. Should have the charismatic personality to have a big gaming stream where I don't have to show my face, but I guess I don't. So whatever. It's not affecting me. I'm not affected by it. That one's backwards. We'll put that one over there. This one will go over here. So this needs to go. I just don't know how people grow their channels anymore. Yeah, I used to be good at that. And I guess collaborating is the big one, but it's hard to find something as sort of knock it out of the park, like so much of a slam dunk as the Tom Thinks button. That button was a perfect thing. It met his needs, and it took advantage of exactly the type of stuff that I do here. 3D modeling, 3D printing, stuff that's designed for people to use. It was just such a slim. Why is this all off? What's going on there? What's the angle of that? Stupid. Because the bracket's facing the wrong way. Hmm. Like, that's not, wait a minute. How does that, how did, hmm? Hmm. That didn't, oh well, it's gonna look like a dog taking a poop. That's just, it's just what it's gonna look like. You guys gotta deal with that. Every day you gotta wake up and face the music that this thing is gonna look like a dog taking a poop. Would that be the right angle? No, it still looks like a dog taking a poop. Why is that angle so weird? Huh. Like a dog taking a poop. Whatever, just install it. Just get it working. Do you have a headache, diphtheria, stomach cramps? Buy a bottle of bottles, bone drops. Here's all ailments. My bones hurt. Well, I got the thing for you. We need to do some kind of a cross beam to, well, okay, leave out the cross beam because it's more work and it's already late. So what I'm going to do is just get this back up and standing. It's going to look like a dog taking a poop, but it'll at least be stable and at more vertical of an angle. Because I need to go take my dog to poop. I mean, maybe I could put legs all the way up here. That would make it a little bit better. This needs to be tightened, like to no end. Yeah. There we go. Provided with a modicum of stability. Makerbeam stuff can be very strong, but it really looks like a dog taking a poop. It really looks like a dog taking a poop. These need to be up higher, these legs, because I need this to be more vertical. Sometimes you build a beautiful trebuchet. Other times you build a dog taking a poop. It's still not as vertical as I'd like it to be. I want it to be like that. Let's see what that does. We can always get back to this later at some point and fix it all, but let's plug it back in and just get it working again. The hopper idea didn't quite work because the 3D print has this texture on the top of it. And also, I think maybe this thing is still pretty underpowered. I don't want to go to higher voltages, though. I think 100 volts is just fine for this thing. The only other thing I could do is gather more current, maybe. But I mean, more capacitors isn't necessarily going to boost it the way that I want it to. Be boosted. Ba boosted. Baba booey, baba booey. Okay, let's see. So that'll keep it from colliding with the ground. I would need a little bit more height out of these guys to push it a little more vertical. I really do want it to be like this, but I don't have the height in those beams. And I can't get to the back side of them without removing them. I can move them forward a little bit. Is that going to lift it up? That will. Well, not much. That is a little bit more vertical, but it's not as vertical as I'd like it. If we drop an emote in there, and then that's squared up, bird up. That's correct. That's good. We're good over there. Let's get back on node red. Back on node red. Got to be careful with this kind of stuff because we've got 100 volts going through this thing. If I screw up, if I am negligent in any piece of this, then it could wind up really making a mess. So that's sitting on the API, or it's sitting on the Twitch chat Node-RED parser. And if I toss an emote at it, what? Uh-oh. What's happening? Turn it off. What happened? We gotta wait for this to discharge now. Something went down. Something didn't connect properly. All right, 100 volts through a screwdriver in 3, 2, 1. Woo, that's fun. Now we have 5 volts. There's a small shock, small one there. Oh, that's forever going to have these 2 little notches in it. Maybe we should have used the brass tube, huh? Well, that would be a high value resistor should go in between those two. That kind of safes that. All right, so something didn't discharge, and it probably was the capacitors not fully connected the way they should be. Something slipped. So I got to get in there and make sure that this thing goes back properly. Discharge resistor on a switch. That sounds too much like a luxury item. It's a little too fancy for our britches. All right, that should be good. It should work now. Unless something is really pinched, but I don't think it is. Yeah, why is this thing still so far forward? Oh God, oh, the whole thing just moved. My design sucks. It's really bad. Here we go. I can put emotes under the feet. That's very apropos. Okay. I mean, it's good that we did the pop test, because that gives you guys an idea of how powerful this system is. There's quite a lot happening here. So I'm going to turn my 12 volts back on. Won't do anything with it. I'm going to make sure, actually, hold on. This is metal. Need something insulated. That 100 volt supply might have leads on the bottom side that were making contact when they shouldn't have. They might have knocked out this. That part of the circuit's all wired up and ready to go, right? Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay, so we'll try this again. This time it's much more vertical. And we'll just see. It probably doesn't have a lot of power to it, which means we might need to do like a mechanical advantage kind of thing with it. That's why I wanted to build this so quickly. It only took me 4.5 hours. I could also just put a big resistor between the 2 banks. It's easy enough to do. Put a 100K between them. But I didn't do that because I want it to be dramatic. I want the big spark. And I won't ever hesitate to tell you guys when I want something to be dramatic, just for the sake of it being on stream. I'm going to back you guys up a little bit more. You can see everything that's going on. And my lights are kind of hard to, I got to keep those off of the frame. There we go. All right, let's try it again. So send the emote to chat. That was a pretty good arc. We definitely need to work on what is going on here. Why is this thing still extended? What the hell? It's not turning off again. What the wait a minute, something's happening here. Turn it off, turn it off. What the hell happened? So this thing fired off and fell backwards because it's badly designed. And it sent the emote into space, but then it didn't turn off afterwards. The solenoid kept holding on. Why did that happen? So 12 volts is off. Something isn't releasing. What could cause that? If it kept switched. Well, okay, so here's the deal. We need to do like a do-over on this. I need to try again. Did we kill our MOSFET? Yeah, the freewheeling diode's in there. It possibly wasn't in there for the fire before this one. The one where it didn't seem to go off and it kind of stuck at 100 volts. That could have been the freewheeling diode disconnecting a little bit. So we need to shore up our hardware, and I need to shore up the launcher itself so it doesn't kind of tilt itself back and fall. Now that we have a final circuit design, I could possibly build this on a piece of prototyping board. We could build that, and then we would have something that we could attach to the makerbeam so that our whole system is just one big thing, and we don't have to worry about cables coming undone. The height that I got out of it just then was pretty good. That thing launched a decent amount into the air. So I think with the design as it is right now, we can kind of move forward with that until we build something that works. The rest of the design would be hoppers and stuff, and maybe I could use some of these smaller solenoids to pull back on like a pin so that it'll drop an emote down, and then we can separate them just a little bit. I'll need to find a spring for that, but we've got a whole kit of springs. So I think I have all the hardware that I'm going to need in order to build this thing. It's just right now we've just got some issues with the wonkiness of what I put together. Maybe I'll have to think about how to totally reconfigure this, but I want to go forward with this design and make it work as quickly as possible because I want it sitting on the desk, and I need to move on to circuit design stuff. So we will work on this again soon, but for now I am going to take my leave. I am not going online tomorrow, but when I come back to you, I will be a changed man. I will no longer look like I am from the 1970s. I will have less hair on my head. I know some of you will mourn the hair, but it needs to be handled because my head hurts. It's too heavy. So thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate it. I think we had a decent stream today, even though what we built in the end wasn't all that exciting, and I didn't get a lot of people putting awe emotes in order to constantly trigger it. The perforated prototyping board, I think, actually broke some of it. Now I've got plenty of tip 122s, so I can put a new transistor in the prototyping board. Put a new transistor in the prototyping board, and then maybe think about how I can do a little redesign of the system that we got going here. I'll take some of your hair. No, no, this is my hair. You guys aren't making paintbrushes or whatever. Here's the end card. There we go. There's the end thing. I mean, I can check to see if anybody's on, but I don't know where I'd send you guys usually. No, I don't think anybody's. Wait, hold on. That's not the whole list. That's not the whole list. Everybody's been streaming a lot lately. Well, okay, so we can do a shout out to Cosmo Quest X. Let's shout out Cosmo Quest X. Just like that. I think that'll get the right channel. Yeah, there. I think it got it right because it capitalized the thing properly. All right, I'm going to leave you with that. If you guys feel like checking out Cosmo Quest X, there's a shout out for it. I will catch you guys later. Got a lot of projects to work on. I have a lot of circuits to work on. I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow, and then I'm going to think about scheduling doctor's appointments, and I will catch you guys on Discord or Blue Sky, whatever. Just not in person. I'll see y'all later.